Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Your Honor, the state calls Amanda Kinney to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Amanda Kenney, AmandaKenney.
What is your occupation?
I am a nurse practitioner in DeWitt, Iowa.
Okay. And then what was the nature of your occupation back in July of 2020?
I was a nurse in the emergency room at Genesis West in Davenport.
Just very simply, could you give us a perspective of your educational background?
I have my bachelor's degree from St. Ambrose University in nursing and now my master's degree as a nurse practitioner.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020 there in the emergency room of Genesis East Hospital?
Genesis West, yes.
Oh, with Genesis West, thank you, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. And then sometime during the evening, did two law enforcement officers from the Davenport Police Department bring in a gentleman by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose for bringing Mr. Dinkins to Genesis West Hospital?
They wanted evidence collected off of him, DNA samples.
Okay. Were you the individual that was assigned to collect various DNA samples from Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Now, is Mr. Dinkins present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point him out and identify him for our record?
The gentleman on my left wearing the maroon or red button-up.
And, Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness's identification of Mr. Dinkins?
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dinkins taken in the hospital for the purposes of being able to collect various samples from him?
He was brought into a private patient room within the emergency room.
And as you went through the collection process, were the law enforcement officers present in the room to observe that collection process?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, describe the various samples that you collected.
I believe a cheek swab, under the nails, palms, and penis and scrotum.
Okay. Let's talk about the swab that you took from Mr. Dinkins' cheek. Were there buccal swabs that you were provided or had that you utilized to collect samples of his DNA from within his mouth?
We do have kits in the emergency room, yes.
Okay. And then as far as the collection process, where you were collecting samples underneath his fingernails and even under his hands, how does that process work?
For under the nails, it's like a wooden toothpick tool. And then the evidence is put into like a white envelope.
Okay. For the buccal swabs that was taken from his cheek, once you were able to swab the inside of his cheek, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
The Q-tip is placed in a envelope and sealed.
All right. And then as far as the penile swabs are concerned, describe how a penile swab is performed.
A dry Q-tip is dampened with either saline or water and then run over the skin and then placed in a white envelope.
All right. Once that process was completed, what did you do with the various swabs that you've described?
I believe they were sealed with the officers and then the box was given to them.
Okay, and did the officers take control of those items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters.
Ma'am, just briefly, what time did those two police officers bring Mr. Dinkins in for the testing?
I don't know exactly, but I know it was evening time.
After 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then on July 10th of 2020, when he came in after you performed those 4 tests, you didn't do anything further than simply swab or take something out of his fingernails, correct?
Correct.
So no further testing? You didn't test it for DNA, you didn't test it for blood, or?
We did not collect any blood. We just collected the Q-tips I described before.
Okay, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham,
No, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Anita Gardner to the stand.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Donita Gardner, Donita, Gardner, Garner.
Okay. Miss Gardner, do you reside here in Scott County?
Yes,
Where were you living back in July of 2020?
Americana,
Do you recall your specific address at this time?
yes.
And what was the address of your residence?
614 West 63rd Street, Apartment 1.
All right. Do you have children?
Yes,
How many children do you have, ma'am?
4.
What are the names and ages of your children?
Kashana, she's 40. DeMarcus, 37. Lakeisha is 33. And Aisha is 31.
So is Aisha your baby?
Yes, ma'am.
I would assume then that you are also a grandmother, is that correct?
Yes.
How many grandchildren do you have altogether?
16.
All right. Let's talk about the grandchildren from your daughter Aisha. And other than Breasia, we're using initials for the other two children. What is the initials of the oldest child of Aisha?
CS.
Okay. And then who would be the middle child?
DL.
Or the middle child, not the youngest child, the middle child.
Breasia.
And then the youngest child is who?
DL.
All right. Now, going back to July of 2020, was DL 8 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was Breasia 10 years of age?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, as a grandmother, just describe the relationships that existed between the three children.
Ooh. Man. They got along.
And how close were Breasia and DL?
Partners in crimes.
They were partners in crimes.
Yeah.
As a grandmother, did you babysit the children?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at times that you were babysitting, where would your daughter be at?
Work.
All right. Where was your daughter working during this period of time?
Work.
Or where was she working at?
Wendy's. No. Checkers.
Checkers. All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to events of July 9th of 2020. Was Aisha working that day? And
Yeah.
All right. And were you babysitting all three children?
Yeah.
During that period of time, had Aisha moved back into the family home with you?
Yeah.
And so were Aisha and the three children living with you there at the house?
Yeah.
Now, had Aisha mentioned to you having run into Henry Dinkins the previous day?
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of what developed when Aisha had run into Mr. Dinkins on July 8th of 2020?
You mean July 9th?
No, July 8th, before the day of July 9th. Did you know that they had run into one another on July 8th?
Yeah, but I didn't know until the 9th that DL supposed to go with his dad.
All right. And that's what I want to talk with you about. Now, what did Aisha share with you as far as the arrangements had been made for DL to spend time with Mr. Dinkins?
Talking about from the 9th?
Yeah.
Well, I had doctor, but she told me when I got to the house, make sure that DL take a shower, brush his teeth, comb his hair, because Henry was coming to get him.
All right.
And I'm supposed to keep him for a couple of days, I think. I'm not for sure.
Sure. So did you have a doctor's appointment earlier in the morning then
Yeah.
before Mr. Dinkins came to pick up
Yeah.
DL?
Yeah.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please identify him for our record and what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting over there. I can't really tell what color the shirt is. It looked like a purple,
All
dark
right.
purple or something.
Your
Or can I
Honor-
just say the 2 braids in his hair? 'Cause
Sure,
I
absolutely.
really can't see the color of the shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification?
Yes, the
All right.
record shall so reflect.
And then, with that being said, did you follow your daughter's directions as
Yes,
far
ma'am.
as
Yes,
getting
ma'am.
DL ready? All right, now what time of the day would Mr. Dinkins have come over to your apartment to pick up DL? And if you don't remember a specific time, identify it as morning, afternoon, just give us just some perspective,
It's about I want to say almost 11:30.
okay? And would that have been in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what happened when you realized that Mr. Dinkins had arrived there at your apartment. What were you doing?
I was making sure DL was getting ready.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins come into the apartment?
Yes, but I don't know if Breasia let him in or CS let him in, because I was in the back room making sure that DL was getting ready.
Certainly. And then, what room would he have come into when he entered the apartment?
The living room.
All right. At some point, did either Breasia or CS indicate to you that Mr. Dinkins was there to pick up DL?
No, because when I heard somebody at the door, I came out the back room.
Okay. And then what developed when you came out of the back room and presumably into the living room? Is that where you went to?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened when you came into the living room?
Only thing I remember, they got in the Breasia and SC, I had got on them for something. I can't remember what it was. And they asked me, Mama asked Henry, can I go with him? I said, no, you're not. You're not going. So when Henry got there, they asked Henry, and Henry said no, because I'm whatever that little small car. I don't know. I'm not really good in names with cars, but I know it was the black 2-door that had Queen and King on it.
And would that be a black Camaro?
I think so. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue to describe then what developed.
Then after that, that's when DL said, Breasia, come on, and I said no. So Breasia asked me to call her mom, and I said no, because I don't like calling your mom when she's at work and things. So when DL was walking out the door, he just said, come on, Breasia. So I just I said, so when she called me at lunch, I'll let her know Breasia's with Henry and DL.
Okay. Now, did CS want to be able to go along with Breasia and DL?
Yes, he wanted to go, but Henry told him no, because the car wasn't big enough.
Was Henry more than willing to allow Breasia to come along? Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you this. Did he say no to Breasia or
No.
simply CS?
No, he didn't say nothing. Oh, well, he did say at first the car was too small. But when DL told Breasia to come on, she just went on out the door.
All right. Did you contact your daughter to notify that Breasia had also gone along with Mr. Dinkins?
No, I waited until she called me, because I don't like calling her when she's at work.
Absolutely. And then once your daughter called you, what was the nature of the conversation that you had with her?
Well, when she called me, she asked me, did Henry come and get DL? And I said, yeah. And I let her know that Breasia went too. And she said, oh, okay. And that was it. She said, well, let me call him. That's the last conversation we had.
All right. At some point after your daughter got off work that day, did she return back to the apartment?
Yeah.
And then what happened when Aisha got back to the apartment?
When she got off work, she came to the house and got clothes for Breasia and DL and took them over there.
Okay. Do you recall, Ms. Gardner, what the weather ended up being like that evening after Aisha had gone to take the clothing over to where Mr. Dinkins was staying at with the children?
Raining.
Okay. All right. Now, after your daughter left, did you get any call from her to tell you about what was going on
Yeah.
relative to the weather and her return home?
Yeah, she told me that she dropped the clothes off. Can't think of the dog's name, but her and the dog was in the car and she had to pull her because the rain was coming down so fast she couldn't, see. So she pulled over until the rain slowed down.
Okay. And then did your daughter end up coming back to the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was Aisha's activities there at the apartment when she got home that evening?
Basically, she took a bath and lay down.
All right. And then did Aisha sleep throughout the night and into the morning of July 10th?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did you become aware that Aisha was being called into work early, outside of her normal schedule, her scheduled time of 11 o'clock?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. At any rate, did your daughter end up leaving for work during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020?
Well, I didn't know until she called me about Breasia because I thought she was still in the living room asleep.
Okay. Where were you at that created that impression that your daughter was still in the living room asleep? Were you still in bed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you didn't realize she'd been called into work early?
Yeah.
All right. Tell us about the call that you got from Aisha then.
Oh, man, I was still asleep when she called me. I can't remember the time, but I think it was around between 8:30, 8:40. It was in between somewhere up in there.
Sure.
When she called me and she said, Mom, Breasia missing. I'm like, what you mean Breasia missing? She said, Henry said Breasia missing. And I was laying there and, from her tone of her voice, like she wanted, to cry. So I jumped up. I'm like, what the heck you mean Breasia's missing? She said, Mom, Breasia missing. I'm like, then after I said that, then she said, well, I'm finna bring Detorius over to the house so I can go down to the police station and make my do the police report. And I said, okay.
All right. As a grandmother, emotionally, when your daughter had imparted that information to you, how were you feeling?
A little bit in shock.
Sure. Let's talk about Breasia. What type of child was Breasia as far as her sleep patterns?
Oh, man. Funny. But me and her always, always played around, She didn't like when I used to call her my he, she. She'd get mad at me and then she'd be ready to beat me up.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and just beyond her playful nature, when Breasia would go down for bed at night, how would you describe her sleep pattern? Was she prone to get up?
When she sleeps, she sleep.
Okay. Had you ever known Breasia just to get up and wander off in the middle of the night?
Oh, no, she's not at nighttime. No, if her mom if I used to send her outside at night, she's not going out there by herself.
Okay. And how did Breasia feel about going out when it was dark outside?
She didn't.
She didn't?
Not by herself, she wouldn't.
All right. Just based on your, relationship with Breasia, was she the type of child that would ever get up in the middle of the night and wander off?
No.
All right. Did you become familiar with the Jersey Meadow apartment complex as a result of Breasia having been reported missing? And that would be the apartment complex where Mr. Dinkins was staying with his girlfriend, Andrea Culberson.
Well, I didn't know where he stayed at.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Was this an area that Breasia was familiar with at all?
No.
Okay, all right. Did you then have an opportunity to assist in various searches that was being conducted by the Davenport Police Department and members of the public who were providing assistance?
Yep.
And then tell me about your, different experiences relative to searches that were being conducted.
Well, to me, everybody did what they, did.
Sure.
And I appreciate that. But, I was maybe out there for a week before I ended up getting really sick because the sun.
Sure.
Then I ended up stopping, then, they kept on.
All right. The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yeah.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Freeze or Mr. Waters?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I just want to talk to you a little bit about your version of events on July 9th of 2020, okay? I think you just testified that DL and Breasia went with Mr. Dinkins sometime around 11:30 in the morning on July 9th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that at first you were not okay with Breasia going with Mr. Dinkins, but then you...
No, because she wasn't only supposed to have been notorious.
Sure.
I mean, DL.
But then you contacted Aisha, correct?
No, I didn't call her. I wait until she called me because I don't like calling her when she's at work.
But then after that, essentially, Breasia had already gone with DL and Mr. Dinkins.
Yeah.
And then Aisha found that out, correct?
Excuse me?
Aisha only knew after the fact that Breasia had gone with Mr. Dinkins and DL.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, just so I know, you had met Mr. Dinkins before July 9th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
And Breasia and DL had spent time with him prior to July 9th, 2020, correct?
You talking about before or during
Before
the
July
night?
9th of 2020.
Yeah, a couple of times.
And Breasia was never uncomfortable spending time with Henry, correct?
No.
Same question, but with DL.
No.
Was CS ever uncomfortable spending time with Henry? Mr. Dinkins?
No.
Okay. In fact, she as in Breasia viewed Mr. Dinkins as a father figure, right?
Yeah.
You never saw Mr. Dinkins be mean or inappropriate with Breasia, did you?
No.
How about DL?
No.
Did he seem more constructive?
Wait a minute.
Was he a constructive father?
No, I take that back with DL. Cause one time he got in trouble, and Henry didn't whoop him. He made him jog. Made him run.
You made him work out?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he make him do anything other than running?
Just the running.
Okay. Did he make him work out in any other way?
No.
Okay. Did he ever do that same thing but with Breasia?
No.
Okay. How about CS?
No.
I think a little bit in your testimony you had mentioned that, in your opinion, if Bree would be outside, she would be uncomfortable, right?
That night?
At any point in time, she would be uncomfortable if she was outside alone.
This only at night. During the day, she was all right.
And she would have come and knocked on a door, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was typical of her?
Yeah.
Okay. And ma'am, you have lived with DL since essentially July 10th of 2020, right?
When they moved in with me?
Well, yeah, I mean, for the past 3 years, you've lived with DL, correct?
Talking about now or what?
Well, when did they move out?
When they moved in with me, it was maybe a week before July
Of 2020?
of 2020, yeah.
Do they still live with you to this day?
Well, they just moved back in with me the 1st of June of 2023.
Okay, and you've had plenty of opportunity to speak with Aisha and DL about this case, correct?
I could have, but I didn't.
Okay, have you ever heard DL mention to you anything about a bloody knife?
I don't question my grandkids about anything.
Okay, has he ever mentioned to you anything about bleach or cleaning off a knife with bleach?
I don't question my grandkids about nothing.
Has he ever mentioned to you anything about being present when Breasia was shot?
Again, I wait until they come to me. And he never did.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Mrs. Gardner, just given the circumstances surrounding Breasia's death, is this a topic of conversation that you choose to engage in with DL?
No.
Okay, has this been really traumatic for him?
Yeah.
All right. And then, as far as Mr. Dinkins was concerned, was he an individual that he was around throughout DL's life, or even Breasia's, where he was a constant figure within the children's lives?
I'm going to say no.
All right. Was any contact that he had with DL very sporadic, with big gaps in time where he wasn't involved in the child's life at all?
Henry come around when he felt like it.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
All right. And so if he didn't feel like it, Henry wasn't coming around. Would that be fair to
Right.
say?
Right.
And then finally, when Breasia and DL left with Mr. Dinkins that morning, did they have any personal belongings that they had taken with them as far as bags of clothing?
No, they didn't take anything with them.
Okay. And then were personal belongings taken over to the location where the children were staying with Mr. Dinkins at some point in time?
Yes.
How did that occur?
Their mom, Aisha, took it to them after
Okay.
she got off work.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Waters,
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
you may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Jim Peters to the stand.
Excuse me? You may. One moment, Ms. Cunningham. After conferring with counsel for the state and defendant, Danina Gardner is released from any further witness responsibility in this case. Thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record.
Jim Peters.
Mr. Peters, what is your occupation?
Presently, I'm retired, but I have a business that I started in 2015 called Samaritan Detection Dogs, and we use the dogs to look for a variety of subjects.
All right. Now, what got you interested in working with detection dogs?
I worked as a paramedic for about 30 years and then got started in search and rescue, I think 1993, and we had a number of dogs on our team, and eventually I had my first dog around 1999, I believe, and certified my first dog through the National Association of Search and Rescue in about 2004.
Okay. When you talk about having dogs that were utilized in the context of search and rescue, give us some perspective of what types of tasks the dogs were trained to perform.
I have a dog certified for trailing, which means that he can follow a walking subject or mobile subject. That same dog is trained in human remains detection, and that same dog is also certified for article search, as in finding a credit card or a cell phone that has human odor on it.
Okay. With that being said, in July of 2020, how many canines did you have that you were working with?
In regards to this case, I brought two
Yeah.
dogs.
And what were the names of your canines?
The German Shepherd is Rocky, and the Red Heeler is Jojo.
Right. What are Rocky and Jojo utilized, for what purpose are they utilized?
Jojo is utilized predominantly for human remains detection and historic human remains detection, and Rocky is also utilized for both of those.
Okay. Now, can you explain the difference between human remains detection and then utilizing these canines in the context of historic remains detection?
Sure. In a more contemporary or current situation where someone has gone missing, we are utilized to try to locate that subject. I've done a lot of archaeology work, most recently in the state of Nebraska, where it was verified by Dave Williams, the Nebraska state archaeologist. We located a Native American burial that was 1,000 years old.
Okay. All right. And then how are these types of canines utilized in the context of historic remains recovery?
We are assigned an area to survey, and we go out and make sure that, my job is to make sure the dogs get into the right places, and then when they detect the odor of human remains or human decomposition, then they provide an alert that's marked with a GPS.
Okay. Let's talk about the types of training that you've had to undergo, as well as your canines, in order to be certified to do the search for human remains.
I am credentialed by the National Association for Search and Rescue as a lead evaluator for certifying dogs owned by others for human remains detection, for trailing, and for article search. I trained with two peace officers who handled police canines, and then I was also certified by NASAR as a handler in each of those disciplines.
Okay. Now, can you spell the acronym NASAR and then tell us what that stands for once again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. NASAR stands for National Association of Search and Rescue.
Okay. All right. So in total, how many years have you been performing this type of work?
With the dog, probably 23 or 24 years.
Okay. Is there a regular recertification process that you and your canine units go through as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 2-year cycle.
Okay, and then describe that recertification process.
It's the same test as one does originally for the level that Rocky is at. We are required to do a vehicle search, a structure search, buried article search, surface search, and above ground, and then there's a blank area.
What do you mean by a blank area?
We're assigned to survey an area where there is nothing there to demonstrate that there's no false alerts.
Absolutely. And by virtue of that type of training, how would you describe Rocky in terms of his ability to perform and accurately identify the odor of human remains?
We started training when he was 6 months old, and he's solid. He, in my experience on both training and actual searches, he's never given me a false alert, and if he alerts, then I have to trust him.
Okay, what about JoJo? How would you describe her level of performance?
Likewise, in Nebraska just this last summer, we were at a battleground where 2 Native American tribes had a huge battle, and in 5 days, JoJo identified 50 burial sites.
Okay, and then with each of those burial sites, was there any type of exhumation, I guess that's the word that I'll choose to use, to determine if in fact there were skeletal remains in the areas that she had alerted to?
That's a process that is currently going through the Indian Commission in Nebraska. They take their time when it comes to doing invasive kinds of searching.
Absolutely. Now, speak to the issue of regular training that you engage in as well with your canines. You know, and the thing that I'm thinking about is the canines that are utilized relative to drug detection, you know, in the law enforcement world, where they will take them out weekly and then even monthly and do training cycles with other officers and canine units. Is that something that you also do with your canines who are trained to detect on the odor of human remains?
Absolutely.
Okay. Explain if you could.
Absolutely. We train a minimum of once a week, sometimes more, depending on the opportunity to train with other handlers. And I typically, in the last few years, have used only human teeth because they're dry, they're easy to get, they're not a biohazard. And that's, when it comes to human decomposition, that's one of the last things to decompose. It's more durable than flesh and bones.
Okay, so is that what you utilize in your training sessions then, to see if the dogs are able to accurately alert to locations where the teeth have been placed?
Yes, and again, I use teeth because I cannot detect any odor on them like I could, for example, we've often used human placenta and human tissue from death scenes, and those can be quite pungent and noticeable to any human in the area, but the teeth are not noticeable, so it's a more difficult task for the dogs.
Okay. Explain the process of how you condition a dog then to identify the odor of human remains, or even any type of item that you're interested in searching when you talk about the issue of them doing article searches.
There's an initial process that can take a few months to 6 months or longer, where the dog is introduced or imprinted on the scent source, and then we use the theory is, in the beginning, the dog only sees a green light, and there is a red light there, which means an opportunity for mistakes, but that's diminished at the beginning. And then we expand the area where the dog has to look, and then eventually we create scenarios where the dog can make a mistake, but we hope that the foundation training has been solid enough that they don't. And we also use animal bones like deer and raccoon and those sorts of things that are everywhere in the woods. And when they have a choice between human remains or a deer bone, they always go to the human remains because it's known as operant conditioning. It's positive reinforcement. They only get their reward when they alert on the target source.
Okay. Is that particularly important, recognizing that these dogs will often be used in an outdoor setting?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And then for JoJo and Rocky, have they worked in outdoor settings on a frequent basis?
Yes.
And, you know, if you were to describe their ability to focus on human remains and alert to that versus any type of decomposed animal remains, what have you noted about their performance?
They might take a sniff as if to say, "What's that?" and then they move on.
All right. When a dog is alerting to the odor of human remains, what specifically are they alerting to?
As living things decompose, at the moment of death, when oxygen flow to the tissue stops, then the cells start to break down. And as that process progresses, more and more cells break down, and there are actually 5 stages to human decomposition. But in the early stages, the cells will start to break down within a matter of minutes after oxygen flow has stopped.
All right. Can you describe the 5 stages to human decomposition?
Yes, initially there's fresh, then within 24 to 36 hours, depending upon the temperature and the ambient environment, there may be bloat beginning, and then there's putrefaction, where the tissue turns black and starts to turn into liquid, and then there's liquefaction, and then there's dry at the end where there's nothing but bones.
All right. And at any one of those stages, are the dogs able to alert to the odor of human remains?
Yes.
All right. And I want to talk about that initial stage of fresh. So say, for example, a human body has been subjected to extensive trauma, and then the body is in the process of dying by virtue of that trauma, and it's clear that that body is not going to recover. Can the dogs then, would they then alert within those first few minutes?
Yes. There's research that supports that out of Europe, where they had access. They were using police dogs owned by the city of Hamburg, Germany, and they had carpet squares that were placed next to recently deceased people where there were no external body fluids. And then they did random tests over about 3 months, I believe, and the dogs all correctly alerted on the proper carpet squares.
All right. Now, what specifically is it that the odor or that the dog is detecting? With the body dying, what is it what is the body emitting?
The body emits volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and as an example, these are molecules that generally are lighter than air, and chemically they're considered volatile because they want to move. They come out of evaporation. And for example, if you think about cottonwood trees and the seeds that come off, they move around in the air and then eventually land and stay in one place. So these molecules, again, they're molecules, they're microscopic, meaning you need a microscope to see them. These molecules become airborne. Some go to the ground, and some become airborne. Some may stick to other surfaces where the body has been in contact.
Okay. How quickly are these molecules released once the human body starts to die?
Within a matter of minutes.
Okay.
That's called autolysis. As soon as the cells run out of oxygen, they start to break down.
Okay, all right. Now, let's talk about this. With the release of those molecules, you indicate that they may just go airborne, or they may land and stay in one place. What type of environment is going to lend itself to those molecules landing and staying in one place?
Either the texture of the surface and or the moisture of the surface. These airborne molecules tend to be attracted to moist environments.
All right. If you have an environment outside where there has been a lot of rain, speak to that particular topic and how the release of these molecules will be affected.
Some may wash away. It's been my experience on numerous cases where some will stick to the surface, and as it warms up after the rain, then they might become volatile again and move on to a wet surface where they might adhere to that.
Okay. Give us examples of wet surfaces in an external environment.
Mud, for example, mud along a stream bank or a river bank, wet prairie grasses, wet turf, forgive me. And once they stick, they tend to stay there for a long time. I can remember some cases where we've gone back 2 or 3 years after a death where there were no body fluids, and the dogs will still give an appropriate response.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a case that you were involved with to help us understand that concept?
Sure. In 2018, a young woman was murdered on a golf course in Ames, and we were called initially, and my job was to, the subject had been found by golf course workers prior to my arrival within minutes. We were asked to check her golf bag and then find her path across the golf course where she had been chased. And then Rocky pulled me to the water's edge where the subject was obviously deceased and still submerged. A while later, the crime scene folks removed her body from this pond and placed her on the grass and then covered her with a tarp for their initial inspection, and they were waiting for the medical examiner. And so we went back the next day, and they alerted on that location, pardon me, and then went back 6 months later, went back a year and a half later. I try not to go to the same location frequently because they do have memories. And again, for the dog, if I perform the way my dad wants me to, then I'll get a reward.
Sure. All right. And then so when you had taken them back to that location, would you bring them in from different routes so that they wouldn't recognize routes that had been taken before where they had made those alerts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Different approaches.
Okay, and with each of those approaches, did the dogs always alert in the area where you knew the body had been laid out after the body had been removed from the body of water?
Yes, and that has been witnessed by officers with Ames Police Department, and I do in fact have 4 dogs. All of them are trained for human remains, and all 4 of them have alerted on that spot.
Okay, now let's use that example that you've described. What is the human body primarily composed of so that we understand the significance of the testimony that you've just given us?
Depending on the textbook, the human body is about 80% fluid and makes up a significant portion of our weight. There are also fats and other minerals. So there can be, as a body decomposes, quite a bit of fluid that leaches into the ground. And again, in the case of this golfer, she'd been stabbed multiple times, and so and drowned, and so there wasn't any more fluid leaking out of her body. There was no visible blood.
Okay. When the bodily fluids are released into the ground, then, is there a limited lifespan to the presence of that volatile organic compound?
No, as I mentioned, one of my dogs alerted on a native burial that was 1,000 years old. To put it into context, if you take chicken fat, for example, and pour it in the soil, it's fat, it's not water soluble, and it's going to stay there a really long time until that earth is removed.
Okay. Now, what is the normal pH balance of a live human being?
From my paramedic experience and training, it's 7.4.
Okay. With the human body, when it starts to die, does that change the odor of that human being?
Absolutely. The human body is designed to maintain equilibrium. It's often known as homeostasis. And if, for example, it's deprived of oxygen or fluids, that homeostasis can tip, and then the body gets into trouble metabolically. And in the state of acidosis, that just accelerates the deterioration of the cells.
Okay. Speak to this issue if you could, Mr. Peters. You know, I think from a layperson's perspective, not having any understanding of this science, one would have the perception that a human body would have to be placed at a given location in order for the dogs to alert to those volatile organic compounds. Is that the case?
There could be, if there could be something that was in contact with the body that was then in contact with that location, or the body was briefly placed at that location, or there was bodily fluid or blood left at that location.
All right. And then, so under that circumstance, would the dogs alert to that volatile organic compound?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can dogs distinguish or can they identify who those remains belonged to?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So very, just specifically, are they just alerting to the odor of some type of human remain decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, I want to direct your attention to an investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 involving a child by the name of Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing at 8:29 a.m. that morning. Are you aware of that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become aware of that investigation?
I was contacted later that day through our county emergency management agency that supports our search and rescue team. They had been contacted by the Davenport Police Department. And then, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the detective that I spoke with on the phone, but then we agreed that I would meet them in Davenport Saturday morning,
All right.
the 11th.
What time would you have met with law enforcement on July 11th of 2020?
I'm going to estimate it was between 10 and 11 a.m.
Okay. Where did that initial meeting take place?
At the large historic building on Credit Island, on the east end of Credit Island.
And when you arrived at that location, was there any briefing that took place?
Yes.
What was the nature of the briefing?
I was given an overview of the situation, and then I was given my first area to survey, which was nearby, near the entrance to the park.
Okay, all right. Now, when you indicated that you were provided an overview, what specific types of information were you given?
That there was a child missing, and that the subject may have traveled to Credit Island. I mean, the person of interest may have traveled to Credit Island, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. From there, I'd like for you to look at the whiteboard. We have a diagram, just so that you've got some perspective. Now, over on the left side of the board, we've got an apartment that had been diagrammed. Don't pay attention to that. But as you look at the other portions of the drawing, tell me, once you've had a chance to look at that, if you recognize what that generally depicts.
That it generally depicts Credit Island. When I arrived before the detectives, and I traveled the entire roadway around the island, and then I met with the detectives near that historic structure.
Okay. If I could, I'm going to have you approach the diagram. And let's just talk through this, first of all. I believe we're all familiar with the building that you're talking about, but just to be clear, let's walk through this. Now, as you are looking at the diagram, show us where River Drive is at.
River Drive for Highway 61 is here.
Okay? And then what would represent the entry into Credit Island?
This access here, and then that historic building is generally in this area.
And then if you could go ahead and draw something to represent the historic structure.
I'm going to say it's about right here.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. Now, when you were provided the information that a subject of interest may have come onto Credit Island, was there any particular location that you were directed to, or how did you start your process of deploying your canines?
Would you like me to use the pointer?
Sure, absolutely.
Sir, if you could, when you're speaking, face this way,
Oh, okay.
so it's easier for us to hear.
Sure, yes, sir.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We initially met in this region, and then the first area that I was asked to survey was in this vicinity, and we parked approximately right here on some gravel on the edge of the pavement.
For purposes of our written record, the area that you've referenced, does it have any associations to that initial drive into Credit Island? As you are coming off of River Drive, is that area located right on that initial drive going into Credit Island where you'd circle around?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It's immediately off of River Drive.
Okay, and then for purposes of direction, again, speaking to our written record, what direction would that area be located in reference to the drive or road that you take going into Credit Island?
It would be to the west of the entry point and south of River Drive.
All right. Describe the area just further west of where you would have parked your vehicle so that we've got some idea of what it looked like.
Kind of a backwater area, a lot of trees, many of them down, a lot of weeds, difficult to walk through.
Okay. What two canines were you utilizing on that day?
Rocky and JoJo.
Which of the two did you deploy first?
I'm going to say Rocky.
And then describe where you were positioned when you initiated that deployment.
We started right along the gravel and then walked this direction where I was directed to go.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peters, this isn't an issue that I've talked with you about, but are there different ways to handle deployments of canines that are being utilized?
Yes, ideally, one would want to deploy the dog into the breeze. It just makes it goes faster because the odor is pushed to the dog, but in some instances, it's necessary to cover a lot of ground and do a finer grid, if you will, to get the dog in the right area.
Okay. Did you document the weather conditions on July 11th of 2020?
I did in my report to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay. What were the weather conditions like on that day when you deployed your 2 canines?
It was warm, there was a light breeze, it was quite humid.
Okay. And what was the direction of the breeze?
At that point, generally, I believe, coming from this direction, out of the southwest.
All right. Describe then what happened when you deployed Rocky.
We made our way back into the down timber and the weeds, and then, forgive me, and then he gave his alert approximately in this area.
All right. Did you prepare a diagram so that we could actually see where the dog would have alerted with an aerial photograph, essentially?
Yes, ma'am. I use a Garmin GPS and marked both the tracks or the path that we walked and then the alert location as a waypoint.
All right. You've indicated on the diagram what portion he traveled along relative to that body of water. Was he on the north side of that body of water or that south side of that body of water that you've described?
Generally speaking, it was about right here.
Okay. And so would that be close to River Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What does Rocky do when he's alerting to the odor of human remains?
He does a drop where his chest and elbows are on the ground.
Okay. And then from there, then, once he gave that positive alert, what was the next step in the process for you?
We returned to my vehicle and gave him some water, put him in the truck, and then I brought out JoJo.
Okay. Describe what happened when you deployed JoJo.
We took a similar path into the woods. That's, as I recall, was pretty open up to about here, and then just inside the woods, JoJo also alerted in approximately the same location.
Okay. Go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 147-1 and then 147-2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 147-1 and 147-2 for purposes of identification. Right now, let's just focus on that first page. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 147-1?
Yes, ma'am. I produced this on my computer.
Okay. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 147-1 as far as the area? And I think that the better question is, describe what it is that you've produced in this exhibit.
This is a satellite image with the GPS tracks of our initial assignment and the one that I just described.
Okay. Now, as we look at our diagram and River Drive, does it look like River Drive runs a true east-west on the diagram itself?
At this point, no, it's running from the southwest to the northeast.
Okay, all right. So is it really, in reality, more of an angle, at an angle as we look at your aerial photo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Does this accurately depict the location where you would have deployed both Rocky and JoJo?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you have entries on this particular exhibit that show each of the dogs' path of travel and where they would have alerted to?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 147-1.
I have no objection. That exhibit will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
You may.
Now, Mr. Peters, if you could, take your pointer. And then show us where River Drive is located on this exhibit.
This would be River Drive at this point, right here.
Okay? Where is the entry point to Credit Island?
That would be this location right here.
Okay? And as you enter the island, the architectural, or the historic, I should say, structure that you met at, is that on this particular exhibit?
No, ma'am, it would be further south.
Okay, and then just point to the exhibit so that we've got some perspective where south would be.
It would be this direction.
Okay. Do you have a directional indicator on this diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe.
It's right here.
And what have you noted?
That north is this direction, which would imply that south is that direction.
Okay, so then would north be pointing toward River Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please show us the location that you would have parked at with that inlet of water that essentially is the runoff from the Mississippi?
We parked right here.
Okay. And then explain to us then the lines that we are seeing. Do you have different lines drawn on that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
What do those lines represent?
The purple lines indicate my activities on the morning of July 11th. In November of that same year, I went there with one of my training partners who was a police officer, canine handler, and we went back to review what the dogs had done and what I had seen. We like to debrief after every case so that we understand what happened.
All right, and is that what you did in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and take your seat then, and then walk us through the purple line that would describe activities on July 11th of 2020.
The squiggly lines at this point simply indicate where I turned on my GPS and I'm walking around the vehicle and moving with the dogs, getting them to drink, etc. And then we started our survey and went back to the direction where we were assigned.
Okay, how do these markings end up on this aerial map?
I plug my GPS unit into my computer and I can download it into this particular program.
Okay, and then so does that then overlay the path of travel of the dogs as they worked their way through the deployment?
Generally speaking, yes. The pathways that you see are my footsteps.
Your footsteps, all right. Tell us what happened with the deployment of both Rocky and JoJo.
As I mentioned, we went in with Rocky first, and about where this yellow symbol is, Rocky alerted, and then we walked back out, gave him a drink, and I went back out with JoJo, and she indicated pretty much in the same location.
Okay. When you took the dogs back in November, and I presume, did you go back with both Rocky and JoJo?
Yes.
What happened when you took the two dogs back in November?
They gave the same path and exhibited the same behaviors.
All right. Did you advise law enforcement of the positive alerts by JoJo and Rocky on July 11th?
Yes, and there was a detective that pointed the area to me and accompanied me, and so he witnessed those alerts.
All right. After the positive alerts, did the detective explain to you whether or not that had import relative to other facts that had been developed in interviews the previous day?
Yes, after the survey was completed, he mentioned that they believe that the person of interest had been in that vicinity.
All right. Was this the only area that Rocky and JoJo were deployed?
On that day, no, ma'am.
What other locations did you go to?
We went to a storage area a couple of blocks east of there and 1 or 2 blocks north between River Drive and the railroad tracks. I believe the name of the street was Schmidt.
Sure. Okay.
And there was some storefronts, but behind those structures, there was a large open concrete area with a number of vehicles and trucks and such.
Was that the second location you would have traveled to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did law enforcement explain to you why they were going to that lot where there were trailers and trucks being stored?
They mentioned that the person of interest had owned a recreational vehicle that had been parked there.
Was the recreational vehicle still in that lot on July 11th when you were taken to that location?
No, ma'am.
All right. So then describe what happened when you went to that particular lot there on Schmidt Road.
We worked around the perimeter, starting north along the railroad tracks, and worked the west side and the east side. I believe there's a volleyball facility there. And then we moved in closer to some vehicles that were still there.
Okay. Were you actually working inside that, I'm going to call it a parking lot, but I'm going to start, well, maybe not, a storage area where these vehicles were parked at?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this exposed to the elements? Were these vehicles being stored outside, essentially?
Yes, it was open.
All right. And then once you got into that area, which of the dogs were you working with first?
Again, I'm going to say Rocky.
Okay. All right. Was JoJo also deployed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then with respect to the deployment of both dogs then, what occurred?
We found nothing of interest around the perimeter. As we moved in towards the center of that, well, not center, but an area central to that location, there were a number of cars and vehicles, and there was an old camping trailer there, and Rocky approached that trailer and alerted on the ground beneath the trailer.
Okay. What was the surface like underneath that old camping trailer?
The surface in general was concrete, a lot of it in bad repair, cracked and such, and then in and around the vehicles and under that trailer there was a very thin layer of mud, maybe 1/4 to 1/2 inch.
Okay. What happened next?
Rocky gave his alert at the trailer, and so then we continued to do the rest of the vehicles, and then I put him in the truck and got JoJo out and essentially did the same thing. We worked the perimeter. I recall there were some buildings to the west that we walked by, and then we approached that trailer from the north, and JoJo, because she's small and I often use her in the woods, I've also taught her to bark with her alert. She moved towards the trailer and she does a sit bark, and in this case, she tried to crawl under the trailer.
Would this have been the same trailer that Rocky was alerting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so did both dogs give a positive alert to the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3. Please look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
I do, yes.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
I remember the trailer specifically and the vicinity in between the vehicles
Okay.
with the mud and the weeds growing.
If you could, for our written record, describe the appearance of that trailer.
It's apparently an older trailer. It's predominantly white with a red horizontal stripe. There's an entry door in the front half of the trailer that has a padlock on it.
Okay, all right. And if you were to identify where JoJo and Rocky alerted to relative to this trailer, would you be able to show us that once we introduce and publish this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibits 148-1 through 148-3.
I have no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I have States Exhibit 148-1. All right. What are we seeing in this particular exhibit here?
We're looking at the camping trailer that was located in that storage lot.
148-2.
That would be the front of the trailer, which is facing the west.
148-3.
That would be the rear of the trailer with the east behind it.
And which of these photographs would best depict the locations where Rocky and JoJo would have alerted to?
Probably this one. They both were interested in the rear of the trailer, and then, as I mentioned, the smaller dog tried to crawl under the trailer.
All right. With the positive alert, did law enforcement officers discuss with you where this particular trailer had been located in relation to the RV and where it had been parked prior to law enforcement removing it?
Generally speaking, we're looking at the trailer from the southeast in this photograph. The recreational vehicle was located off the front to the south, so it would have been to the southwest of this
Okay.
trailer.
And then as far as your understanding for distance between the RV and its parked location relative to this trailer, did they give you any perspective of how close the two vehicles were to one another?
They pointed to a general location. No one provided me with measurements in terms of feet or yards.
Okay. Was this information only provided to you after JoJo and Rocky alerted?
Correct.
Okay. Now, take that piece of information relative to where the RV had been parked, its relationship to this, and then the direction of the wind travel.
On that particular day, as a dog handler, one has to pay attention to the microclimate, what's happening at the level of the dog's nose, close to the surface. On this particular day, I believe the wind was out of the southwest, which would have been off the front of this trailer. And then in my report to the police department, I indicated historical weather data from a website called Weather Underground, and it confirmed that the wind was light out of the southwest.
Okay, so then if you go back and you talk about the volatile organic compounds and the movement of molecules, particularly when there's moisture in the air and the direction of wind, the location where Rocky and JoJo alerted to, would that have been consistent with the wind direction of the wind travel and just what you noted as far as the condition under that trailer?
Yes, ma'am. It's my assessment that molecules of some sort, VOCs related to humans, may have leaked out of that RV and were blown in the general direction of the trailer, and some of those stuck in the mud underneath the trailer.
Let's go back to States Exhibit 147-2. Let's discuss that exhibit, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about other tasks that you performed. Now, what is States Exhibit 147-2? Do you have State's Exhibit 147-2 in front of you?
Not on the screen, but I have this
Yeah,
one.
yeah, and we're just going to lay the foundation for that, then we'll talk about it. What is State's Exhibit 147-2?
It's the collection of the sites where I was asked to survey with the dogs.
Okay. Did you do a survey of the RV?
Eventually, yes.
Did you do a survey of a black Chevy Camaro?
Yes.
And did you do a survey of a maroon Impala?
Yes.
Does this diagram show the location of each of those vehicles or areas where they were being kept?
Yes. Number 3 towards the bottom in the center.
Okay, all right. And then is there one other location that you would have been taken to later on that didn't involve the vehicles?
Yes, that was up near Veterans Memorial Drive and Eastern
Sure.
Boulevard.
And then do you have that location depicted on this diagram as well?
Yes, ma'am, it's towards the top.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 147-2.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 147-2 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Now, Mr. Peters, if you could, then explain what it is that we are seeing on this exhibit.
This, I believe, is the entrance to Credit Island where we started initially. This would be the vehicle storage area. This would be the police department parking garage. And then this would be, I don't know if it was a city or a county secured storage lot with a fence around it.
All right.
And then towards the top is where we ended the day.
Did you assign numbers to each of those locations?
Yes, but they're slightly blurry. This would be number 2.
Well, and actually, let's make this a little bit simpler so that we've got this for our written record. The number 1, what location does that represent?
Credit Island.
The number 2, what location does that represent?
The vehicle storage area off of Schmidt.
Number 3, what does that represent?
The police department garage.
Number 4, what does that represent?
The secure property owned by the city or the county.
Sure. And then our final location up at Eastern, what number did you assign to that?
I believe it's a number 5.
All right. All right, so let's walk through all of that if we could. Now, once you left the area of Schmidt Road, where did you travel to next?
We went to the police department.
Okay, why?
They had 2 vehicles there impounded that they wanted me to take the dogs around.
What were the 2 vehicles that were at the Davenport Police Department?
In their parking garage, there was a holding facility used by the crime scene technician, and there was a black Camaro, a newer black Camaro, and then an older red or maroon 4-door Impala.
Okay. Which of the vehicles did you deploy the dogs around first?
I was directed to search the Camaro first, and we did not go inside the car. We just went around the exterior of the car, much like you would see dogs on television during a traffic stop looking for narcotics.
Were both dogs deployed around the black Chevy Camaro?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when Rocky was deployed?
He went around the vehicle without any alert.
What happened when JoJo was deployed?
She went around the black Camaro without any alert.
Relative to the maroon Chevy Impala, what happened when Rocky was deployed?
We started at the left headlight, worked down the left side, went around the rear of the vehicle, came up on the right side, and he alerted at the seam where the front passenger door meets the right fender.
Okay. Let's discuss vehicles in general. When you are dealing with a vehicle and you work with canines, what is it about the vehicles that we are mindful of or recognize?
Well, for one, vehicles are not airtight, as demonstrated by any time you see a vehicle go into the water, they sink. And they're not airtight because that assists the ventilation through the passenger compartment for passenger comfort.
With that being said then, are dogs able to detect odors as a result of the various seams and openings that exist on a vehicle?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, recognizing the location where Rocky had alerted to, can you definitively say that there would have been some type of, I guess, the odor attributable to human remains right there on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Likely not on the exterior of the vehicle because he stuck his nose into the seam.
Okay. All right. What happened when JoJo was deployed?
She alerted at the same location, and I recall the crime scene technician and one or two detectives were there, and I made eye contact with them and said I would take this one to the bank.
Okay.
The alerts were solid.
All right. What was the next location that you went to?
From there, we went to the secure facility, which was southwest of the police garage, and I was asked to walk around the recreational vehicle.
What happened when you deployed Rocky around the recreational vehicle?
We started at the left front, as we always do, went down the left side around the rear, went towards the front on the right side, started to go around the front, and the design of that vehicle, there are some molded holes or inlets in the front bumper, and he stuck his nose in one of those and gave his alert.
When JoJo was deployed around the recreational vehicle, what did you note?
We went around the vehicle in the same direction, and she stuck her nose in that same hole or orifice and gave her alert.
Now, I want to go back to my earlier question. I had asked you that when dogs alert to the odor of human remains, can they specifically identify who those human remains belonged to?
No, ma'am.
All right. Given now that you've had 3 alerts down by the river, with the RV, and with the maroon Chevy Impala, does that become very significant when considering all of the investigative facts that were developed through interviews and just investigative techniques utilized by law enforcement?
That, if you break it down, that would suggest that there was the odor of human decomposition or blood at each of those locations.
Okay. Let's talk about that last location up by Veterans Memorial Parkway and Eastern. Now, I want to take you back. What direction does Eastern run?
As I recall, it's a north-south street.
Okay. What direction does Veterans Memorial run?
As I recall, it's a east-west street.
Does Eastern intersect with Veterans Memorial Parkway?
Yes, ma'am, there's a traffic control light there, and then if you proceed through the intersection, it turns into a gravel driveway.
All right. So then on the north side of Veterans Memorial Parkway, how would you describe that area?
To the northwest of the intersection was a cornfield. It was July, so the corn was quite tall. As you proceed north on that gravel, there was a field to the east, and then there was a residence with a few outbuildings, and that's where we ultimately stopped. I was told that there was perhaps a lagoon or a pond at the end of that gravel road.
What was the nature of the request that was made of you in the area of Eastern and Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I was initially asked to survey the edge of the woods. There was a sidewalk, and maybe from the curb on the west side of Easton to the edge of the woods and the weeds was 30 to 40 feet. And I was asked to walk along the edge of the woods and go into the woods as best I could with the dogs to look for anything in particular. And that made sense to me. I've had quite a bit of training in managing searches for victims of abduction, and the perpetrator will often throw things out the driver's window into weeds or woods.
Okay. Did you have any information at that point in time that the subject of interest had traveled through that area?
No one told me that specifically.
Okay. All right. So then, what were the dogs oriented to try and search out and detect?
At that point, when we were working in the weeds in the woods, we were looking for either human or a human or an article that may have been tossed.
Okay. How do article searches work?
It's essentially the same. We try to use a breeze if there is one, and the dogs are conditioned to alert on, for example, a marker or keys or a cell phone or a credit card. If it's been there for more than a week, most of the human odor is likely gone.
And we're talking about a live human?
Yes.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
So it fit with my training and experience as to why they would have me search that area.
All right. Was there an article search done in that area then?
Yes, ma'am.
What odor were the dogs oriented to see if they could detect that?
It could have been any article that was there in the weeds or the woods, regardless of who owned that or placed it there.
Okay. Were the dogs conditioned to a particular scent?
No.
Okay. What happened then?
It was very thick. There was a cornfield to the south edge of this area, and we went through the corn a little bit and then went into the wooded area approximately 20 feet and then concluded. And I mentioned to the detectives that if they could provide me with a scent article from the person of interest, perhaps Rocky could determine if the subject had passed through there.
Okay. What happened then?
Shortly after, a detective brought a brown paper bag. It had two pairs of shoes, or one pair of shoes in it, two shoes, and I was told they belonged to the person of interest. I use cotton rounds used for makeup removal. Used a hemostat. I put those in the shoes for 5 or 10 minutes and then put them in a plastic bag, and then got Rocky out and gave him the scent, and then we started at the southeast corner of those woods, maybe further south, and he took off and pulled me to the intersection. When he pulls, it's my indication that he's in odor, as we say, and we made our way across the intersection, and then he stopped after about 50 or 100 feet, and we went into the woods and the cornfield to the west of that road, and then returned to our vehicle.
Okay. Did he give any positive alert?
He was working the odor off of the cotton rounds. That odor came from the person of interest. So
Okay.
that indicated to me that the person of interest at some point had been in that area
All right.
or driven through that area.
driven through that area? Okay. And then we're going to come back to that. Tell us what happened with JoJo.
She was not used in that particular assignment.
All right. I want to come down to the whiteboard here. I'm going to erase a portion of it. But what I'd like for you to do, so that the court has a better perspective of what you're talking about in terms of the area that was searched, let's work just in this small area right in here, so that we have an idea of where Eastern meets Veterans Memorial, and then the wooded area that you've described the dogs working, okay? So go ahead and come on down, and I'll just have you draw that diagram real quick. Don't say anything, and then once you've got that done, then I'll just have you sit down and we'll walk through it. Okay. Now, Mr. Peters,
Ms.
have you got
Cunningham,
it?
if I could, I think this would be a good time for our morning break. Before you start questioning on this diagram, we'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, if you could come back to the whiteboard and then walk us through the diagram that you've drawn so that we've got some perspective of the area that you have drawn. All right.
As I suggested, or as I recalled, there's a residence here. This is gravel. At that point in time, this was corn. This is Veterans Memorial here going east-west. North is, this is accurate to the drawing. This is eastern. This, I believe, was an open field down in here. Subdivision over in here. Subdivision, and then some corn, and then the weeds in the woods.
All right. So for purposes of our written record, north lies where on your diagram?
At the top,
All right. Veterans Memorial runs what direction?
east and west,
And then eastern runs what direction?
north and south.
All right. And then if you cross eastern heading north, is that then where you would enter that private drive that goes up to that farmhouse?
I'm not sure that it's a private drive, but it turns to gravel, and then there's a farmhouse up there.
Absolutely. All right. So then as we talk about the various areas that you've described, on our northwestern corner along Veterans Memorial, you describe that area as what?
This is a cornfield.
On our northeastern side of Veterans, how did you describe that area?
I just remember some low vegetation. It may have been a bean field, and then approximately 200 yards beyond Veterans, there was a residence with trees and hedges and structures.
And again, speaking to our written record, for the southeastern portion along eastern, closest to Veterans, that area was described how?
As I recall, in 2020, this was low grasses.
All right. And then jumping over on the southwestern portion along eastern, how did you describe that area?
Again, a subdivision here, or houses, and then some standing corn, and then weeds and woods.
Okay, so were we working from south to north then, from the subdivision to woods and weeds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let me have you take your seat just for a moment. I want to set up some, just some foundation before we go back to some details that you had described. Speaking to the topic of a vehicle. If a vehicle is moving through an area, with the mobility of that vehicle, is there any ability for it to leave behind sense associated with individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain that.
For example, if you light candles on a birthday cake and put it in a vehicle and drive down the street, some of those smoke particles are going to leak out, more so if the window is down. I've seen it in training with the dogs. I was part of the Xavier Harrelson search in Montezuma. I saw that with a dog. I was a part of a search for Evelyn Miller in 2005 in Floyd, Iowa, and I saw the same thing with a dog there. Those dogs indicated the direction of travel of the person of interest.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right. So then, when the shoes were provided to you, that you used the, I'm going to call it a Q-tip and the hemostat, was that for the person of interest that Davenport had talked with you about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then once you conditioned Rocky to that odor, with the deployment of Rocky, tell us what happened so that we really understand now that we've got this diagram.
The way a trailing situation typically plays out, the dog, now if I were to go to a nursing home, for example, and there was a slipper outside, I would just leave that on the ground and point to it and have the dog take a sniff, and then the dog would cast about or move about until it found the trail and then established a direction of travel. In this case, I put it in a Ziploc bag and then hold it open. He's done this often enough that if I put a Ziploc in front of him and it's open, he'll stick his nose in to get the odor of who the subject is. And then on that particular afternoon, I put him on a long lead because I'm always concerned about traffic, particularly in this environment. And so he cast about, and then he decided to start going north between the sidewalk and the fence line where the weeds were.
Okay, can you show us using the pointer where it is that he was casting about and then the direction that he started scenting toward?
I believe that somewhere through here there's a power line, one of the large ones, and I believe that we started in that vicinity near the power line and near the cornfield, and then this single line is to indicate the sidewalk, and then he pulled me north along here. In that environment, particularly since it had been 24 hours or longer, maybe 32 hours, the odor molecules are moved around by the wind, and they'll go until they find a place to stick. And so it's pretty common for the odor to stick to grass or vegetation in the area.
All right, and so then as you observed him, what is it that Rocky did for you? What did he establish?
He put his nose down, and we use a harness, much like law enforcement dogs, and he pulled me to the intersection. I had to wave to traffic to get them to stop so that we could keep going. It's better to not interrupt them when they're working like that. And then he went up here onto the gravel, and after about 100 yards or so, he ran out of odor, which indicated to me that the subject had not been in that vicinity.
All right, so the odor he detected was there along Eastern and then just directly across Veterans. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would that be consistent with a path of travel that the subject interest would have taken, traveling north on Eastern and then west on Veterans Memorial?
Sure, I'll say sure, but I don't know that the subject of interest was in the area.
And I simply just point that out for purposes of future testimony, when future testimony is offered.
Okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take your seat. And what else was done up in that area beyond just providing him the scent of the person of interest and deploying him?
After we got across the road, 2 or 3 deputies or detectives followed me, and we went down into the cornfield to the west of that gravel road and looked around and saw nothing, and the dog did not indicate that he had any odor in that area.
All right.
And then we had a discussion about what to do next, but a pretty severe thunderstorm moved in on us, and we had to get out of there because of lightning.
Did that conclude your responsibilities in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I left Davenport at that point in time.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Good morning. Sir, I think you gave a pretty long testimony about using dogs to identify human remains. Is that correct?
Yes.
You use a reward system as part of training these 2 dogs, or any dog that you train with, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that reward system is pretty similar to training dogs in other respects, simply that you give them treats, right?
Correct.
Now, before I get into your involvement in this case, I just want to know whether you've published any articles on human remain detection with dogs.
Have I? No.
I want to first talk about when you went to this golf course in Ames. I think you mentioned that was in 2018,
Yes,
right?
September 18th.
Okay, and I assume that would have been involved with an investigation of a murder case?
Yes, that's correct.
Or some sort of homicide?
Yes.
Okay. I think then you testified that Rocky, the dog, essentially found a body by a riverbed, correct?
Yes.
And then, I assume then that body was either moved by the county or somebody, right?
Correct.
Then you testified that Rocky came back and alerted human remains the very next day, correct?
Yes.
And then again, 6 months later, right?
Yes.
And then a year later, from the first time he detected that body.
Correct.
Okay. And just, if you can, just explain it to me, how do we know that the dog isn't just working off memory to get the treat?
Well, as I said earlier, and that's a fair question, as I said earlier, on day one, the day that we were deployed, I typically don't reward my dogs at the scene. I'll walk away with them, give them a drink of water, whatever. The next day, he demonstrated the same behavior as day one. And then, just to finish up what we did the second day, I was there with a Canine officer with the Sheriff's Department. And he and I followed we got a scent article from the perpetrator. He and I followed that odor across a footbridge and into an overgrown part of town that was known to be a kind of a vagrant camp. And then there was a brief blast of wind and rain, and then we followed, the subject left that area on a bicycle, and we followed him for a half a mile, his trail, until we got to where the police had located him at a residence. We wanted to confirm how he went from point A to point B. And maybe they do have a memory that long. They certainly know what the toy is when they see it, but they get the toy every day. And as I mentioned, I don't go to these places on a regular basis because I don't want to give them the idea that, oh, we're here, that means I get to play. So I try to break it up. There's another location outside of Ames where a subject committed suicide with a shotgun. That area has been flooded, on a riverbank, been flooded multiple times, and I can go back once a year, summer, winter, or fall, and still get the same behavior, because in that instance, the subject bled into the sand.
Okay, and then I think you testified, in fact you did, you testified that these dogs can detect human remains for up to thousands of years. I think those were your words.
Yes,
right?
that's correct, as confirmed by the state archaeologist.
Okay, I want to first talk about your venture down to Credit Island. I think you mentioned that was July 11th of 2020, right?
Saturday, yes.
Okay. You were directed specifically by law enforcement to go to Credit Island, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then I imagine what that means is they contacted you and asked you if you could put these dogs to use for an investigation that they were having.
Correct.
Just bluntly, you didn't locate a body at Credit Island, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. But the dogs did alert to some sort of human remains, right?
Human remains anywhere from a few blood cells to a body.
Okay, but you couldn't tell me, and I think you testified to this in direct examination, you couldn't tell me whose body the human remains were, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And obviously you can't speak with dogs, right? So there's no way of knowing whose body that could have been. Correct?
That's correct.
And I mean, are you aware whether anybody has ever died down at Credit Island?
I am not from the area. I am not familiar with its history.
So as far as we know, it could be, from your words, Native Americans, correct?
Sure. It's an unlikely location based on my knowledge of archaeology.
Sure, but it's possible.
Sure.
Or not even Native Americans, could be somebody who died a couple thousand years ago.
Yeah, or 50 years ago.
You didn't observe any blood down at Credit Island, correct?
No, sir.
When you went back in November, essentially what you said was that the dogs alerted in the exact same spot that they had alerted to in July of 2020, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, the dogs could have alerted to somebody who died between July and November, right?
Sure, that's fair.
And then somebody could have also, or the dogs could have alerted to somebody who died prior to July 10th of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk now about that storage area. I think that was probably the second place that you went,
Correct.
and that would have been the same day, July 11th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the trailer the dogs searched, I think it was in State's Exhibit 148-1-2 and -3. You were shown pictures of that trailer, right?
Correct.
You remember that trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any clue who that trailer belongs to?
There were two gentlemen that arrived that apparently were caretakers of the property, and they mentioned that the trailer had been there for a few years, and they believed that the owner had moved to Florida and just abandoned it. So, no, I don't know who the trailer actually belonged to.
So then you do understand that the trailer does not belong to Henry Dinkins, right?
Correct.
Okay, again, you couldn't tell me whose body was in that trailer, at least at some point, right?
No.
Couldn't tell me how long a body was there, or how long ago a body may have died, or how long ago blood cells were in that trailer?
That's correct.
Okay. But when the dogs alerted to the trailer, you were aware that that trailer was in the vicinity of Mr. Dinkins' RV, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're saying is that wind could have carried either from Mr. Dinkins' RV or any other car or any other place in that storage area, either molecules or some sort of human remains over to that trailer, right?
Correct.
Are you aware how the wind was blowing that day, on July 11th?
Yes, I would assume that you might have the report that I submitted to the police department. The wind was out of the southwest, and then as the day progressed, as it got hotter and the thunderstorm kicked up, it started to become more variable. But at that point in time, I believe it was out of the southwest.
Okay, so that was from July 11th of 2020.
Correct.
Are you aware how the wind was blowing on July 10th of 2020?
No, I'm not.
How about any other day before July 10th of 2020?
I have no idea.
Okay. I think next then you searched a Camaro, an Impala, and an RV, right?
Correct.
Were you aware at the time that this Camaro, that Impala, and that RV belonged to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. And again,
Well, forgive me. I was aware that they belonged to the person of interest. I did not know the name of the owner. I wasn't provided the name of the owner, but I was aware it belonged to the person of interest.
were you aware at that time that the person of interest was being suspected of either murder or kidnapping?
I don't think those words were used when I received that information.
Okay, I'll move on. When you brought the dogs to the Camaro, again, there was no alert on the Camaro, right?
Correct.
And then when you brought the dogs to the Impala, just from your own observation, did you notice any dents or any sort of manipulation of the vehicle itself?
No, sir. I was right next to it 2 times, and I don't recall seeing any physical damage, particularly to the area of the right side.
I mean, you had looked at it for some time, right?
Yes, I was in close proximity to it, and then I took one dog around, and then I took a second dog around.
Did you notice any dirt on the Impala?
I don't recall.
Okay. But I think you testified then that, was it Rocky that detected some sort of human remains on the passenger side of the Impala?
Correct.
You testified that Rocky was indicating on a seam of the door, right?
Correct.
This is going to become redundant, but you couldn't tell me whose remains they were.
No, sir.
Okay. Couldn't tell me how long remains could have been there.
No, sir.
Then I think you said that the RV, when you inspected the RV, or when the dogs inspected the RV, they detected human remains on the RV, right?
I did not visualize anything that looked like blood or human remains at the front bumper. They indicated that there were volatile organic compounds emitting from that access point, or that opening in the bumper.
With all 3 of these vehicles, the Camaro, the Impala, and this RV, is it fair to say you're unaware of the ownership history of these vehicles?
That's correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell me who owned the Impala, let's say, 5 years ago,
No.
and the Camaro,
No, I have no idea.
and the RV?
Correct.
Okay. You are unaware when Breasia Terrell was killed, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. I want to last talk about this venture you took up to Vets and Eastern. When you were given these shoes, did the police tell you who the shoes belonged to?
I wasn't provided with a name, just that they belong to the person of interest.
Did they differentiate the 2 persons of interest? Or did they just tell you, hey, there's a person of interest we want the dogs to maybe find?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the latter.
Are you aware whether these shoes were worn by multiple people?
I have no knowledge of that. I don't know.
So it's a possibility that they could have been worn by multiple people?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police ever give you another article of clothing to search any other area in Davenport?
No, sir.
They didn't give you an article of clothing to search for a person of interest down at Credit Island?
No.
Okay. And then, same question, but the storage area where all the cars were?
That's correct.
And then lastly, how do we know whether a person was in a vehicle or walking or by bicycle or bus up at that area in Vets and Eastern?
We don't know. I don't know. It could have been any of those options.
So the dogs couldn't tell you?
Well, no, they couldn't tell me the mode of transportation, but they told me that, Rocky told me that odor belonged to the owner of those shoes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Peters, to be clear, a human body that is dying or has died does not have to be at a particular location for the dogs to alert to the odor of the volatile organic compound, correct?
If the body or body fluids had been at that location, then removed, they would still provide me with information that there had been some VOCs in the area.
Okay, let me use an example. Say, for example, if there was a knife that had blood on it, and that knife was taken to an area where it was washed off, would that blood contain the volatile organic compounds that then would release those molecules in the air at that location for the dogs to pick up on that scent?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you another scenario. Let's say an individual has been directly involved in the death of a subject. If there is that contact between the deceased or the dying person and a subject, can those molecules attach to the individual and their clothing or shoes?
Yes.
And so then if there is movement by that individual in an area, can those molecules then fall away off of clothing or off of shoes?
Possibly.
All right. Let's assume this scenario. If there are shoes that have mud on them, and there are the volatile organic compound from the deceased individual that has attached to the mud on those shoes, can that transfer take place in an area where the subject would have walked?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay.
If I could just add that humans detect odor in parts per million. For example, the smoke detectors in here detect odor at parts per million. Dogs detect odor at parts per billion. A more recent article suggests 1 to 2 parts per trillion. So their noses are incredibly sensitive.
All right. And then so by virtue of that, is that why they're able to detect these molecules associated with a deceased body or a dying body?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the red and white trailer that we had you discuss through the exhibit that was introduced, the question had been asked, was there a body in the trailer? Were the dogs actually alerting on the trailer, or were they alerting to the ground below the trailer?
They were alerting to the ground below the trailer.
Okay. And then if you were to describe the surface of the ground below the trailer, how would you describe that surface?
It was the one area in the parking lot where there were a number of vehicles located, and there was a skim of mud specific to where the vehicles were located. The rest of the parking lot was clear.
Okay. I don't know if you know this, but actually, did they determine that the owner of that trailer had not died in that trailer, that red and white trailer?
I don't know what the detectives discovered. The gentlemen that were acting as caretakers of the property said that the last they knew, he had moved to Florida. They had tried to contact him with no success.
Okay, I have no further questions. Well, hold on one moment. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You may step down. We'll take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Eli McBride, that's spelled E-L-I, last name M-C-B-R-I-D-E.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent,
Who are you employed with?
the FBI.
How long have you been employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Since 2006, so about 17, going on 18 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I graduated with my undergrad degree with a bachelor's in criminal justice and sociology, and then a graduate degree in a master's in forensics.
When you completed your formal education, is that when you started your career with the FBI?
Correct.
All right. Now, over the course of your career with the FBI, describe the different capacities that you've served the department.
So I have been a special agent, and then I've been on the evidence response team with the FBI since 2008, and I've been the senior team leader of the evidence response team. We refer to that as ERT. So I've been the senior team leader for ERT since 2017.
Okay. What is the evidence response team?
The evidence response team is akin to like a CSI team for the locals or state. We are a team that specializes in evidence collection and packaging, crime scene processing, the like.
Okay. Describe the different types of functions you perform in the processing of crime scenes, of course, depending upon the nature of the crime involved.
So depending upon the nature, we really kind of have two different types of searches we do. We do non-forensic or we do forensic searches. Sometimes those can blend a little bit. So we can do everything from search warrants where we're, maybe there's a drug case or something like that where we're searching people's houses for very specific items, or we can work different types of crime scenes depending upon whatever's happened. We can also be requested by state or local departments to come in and assist them, sometimes if they just don't have the resources, training, or if they're multiple scenes and they just need assistance.
Okay. What types of evidence falls within the guise of forensic searches?
So forensic searches is going to be any time that we're looking for everything from trace evidence to DNA evidence, latent prints, anything that would be really much more than just finding something and collecting it. So anything that might need maybe lab analysis.
All right. Now, DNA speaks for itself, latent print speaks for itself, but if you could define what you mean by trace evidence.
Trace evidence is going to be mostly transient type evidence, looking for like hairs, fibers, small particles that aren't necessarily always visible by the human eye, stuff that we might just find in different areas of the house or vehicles that we're searching.
Okay. And what would be the relevance of locating trace evidence?
The relevance would be, it could be a number of things. One of the things could be that it can specify, or it, I guess can corroborate where someone has been to whatever the crime scene is. It can help show that a specific person has been there, or that, you know, everything from having, you know, pet hair present, that there shouldn't have been pet hair present, just, you know, a number of things. It usually is kind of something that helps connect one location to another.
All right. Now, talking about that very subject matter, in the course of criminal investigations, are there instances where there is not intelligence information or facts gathered during the course of an investigation that would connect an individual to a particular location or even a vehicle?
Yes.
All right. In other instances where investigations are conducted and through the course of interviews or just like, say, surveillance video, there is information provided that an individual has been connected to a specific location or has been in a specific vehicle, then does trace evidence end up being as valuable in that instance if we know that somebody has been associated with a location or a vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of situational, so it definitely can.
Okay, all right, but is it always going to be very fact-dependent when you determine the value of that evidence? And maybe that's not a good question, and let me just refine that a little bit. And say, for example, DNA. If you're trying to identify whether or not an individual has been attached to a particular location, if you have no information that that individual was there, does DNA evidence help us tie a subject to a specific location?
Yes, it can, yes.
Okay, all right, and then, of course, if we have intelligence information or information provided by statements that an individual was tied to a location, obviously, with that type of evidence, is it as important to be able to resort to DNA evidence to tie an individual to a location?
Yes, they can help corroborate that information.
Okay, all right, now, moving beyond that, when we talk about the evidence response team, if you could just describe what the scope of your team's responsibilities consist of when you go to and process a scene for evidence.
Sure. It really is dependent upon the type of scene that we're at, obviously the scope of the warrant, if we're there, it depends on what type of legal authority we're acting under. I would say for forensic scenes, obviously where we're gonna, what our scope is gonna be is really looking for any of those items we've just talked about, trace, latents, DNA, trying to further along the investigation and assist, the case agent or detectives in finding the truth to what might have occurred.
Certainly. Now, I want to direct your attention to an investigation initiated by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 with the report of a missing child identified as Breasia Terrell, with that report coming in at 12:29 that day. Did you become involved in that investigation?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in that investigation?
I became involved via ERT, a request that was made to me to mobilize our evidence response team.
Was the Davenport Police Department working with agencies at both the state level and federal level in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and so was the FBI one such a law enforcement agency that was also a component of this investigation?
Yes.
Who was the, what I'm going to call the lead investigators for the FBI that was reaching out and gathering resources to bring to Davenport to assist in that investigation?
Cameron Smith was, I believe, the case agent at the time, and then James McMillan was the, I guess, kind of more senior case agent that was helping him.
Okay. From the time frame of July of 2020 through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains in March of 2023, then did the FBI have involvement in different aspects and stages of this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, what date were you contacted to come to Davenport?
I don't know for certain. I would imagine that it was likely the 13th. It might have been the 12th, but sometime either on the 12th or 13th.
Okay. And with that contact then, when did you perform your official responsibilities in the course of this investigation?
Well, I mean, it would have started the moment that I was contacted, as I have to then start putting together a team and kind of getting everybody going. We are not like a traditional CSI team in that we are all co-located in the same area. Do you want me to define kind of how we're
Absolutely.
spaced out? So the Omaha field office of the FBI covers all of Nebraska and Iowa. We have satellite offices in both states that we refer to as RAs. And so we have personnel on the ERT, and it's a collateral duty for each one of these personnel. But we have them all throughout the RAs, Omaha, and the Iowa RAs. So when we have a response like this, it's kind of a bit of logistics issues, just trying to get everyone going in the same direction sometimes. So I would have started that on the 13th or 12th, or let me think here. We respond on the 14th, so probably on the 13th.
All right. How many members were a part of your team when you came here to Davenport?
8.
If you could identify the names of those individuals, and to be kind to our court reporter, could you give us spellings of names that aren't obvious?
Sure. So myself, I was the team leader. We had Lavone Tinkin, which is spelled Lavone, last name Tienken.
In what capacity was Ms. Tinkin going to be assisting the emergency or the evidence response team?
She was our lead photographer.
Okay, continue.
And then we had Lauren Peck. She is now Lauren Bell. Her name is Lauren, at the time Peck. It is now Bell for her last name. She also did photographs for one of the vehicles and was the photo logger for the others.
All right. And then beyond those two individuals, who else was on the team?
We had Michael Bishop, both as they sound. He was just a searcher. We had Jasmine Horn, Jasmine, last name Horne. She was our sketcher and also forensic searches. We had Elizabeth Salzman. Her last name is Salzmann, and she was our evidence custodian. We had Cameron Smith, who was a member of the ERT. He was also obviously the case agent for this. And how many is that? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I'm trying to think.
6, 7.
Oh, and we had Brandy Hayes, Brandi, last name Hayes, and she was just a searcher.
All right. So was there a total of 8 people on the team?
Yes.
As the team leader, were you responsible for directing the search of locations you were assigned to?
Correct.
And would you have been aware of every aspect of that search and any processing of those scenes?
I would have, I don't know if I would say every single aspect. I would have been aware kind of overall of everything that was happening within the scene.
Okay. Now, can you define for us what you mean by a sketcher?
Just someone who will prepare a sketch of whatever crime scene that we are working on to include, so basically, just as it sounds, you're sketching out kind of a diagram of the scene or the vehicle and showing, where each room or compartment or whatever might be important is on there.
Define the role of the evidence custodian.
The evidence custodian is kind of as it sounds, that they're going to be the ones that ensure that whatever evidence we are collecting and eventually seizing, that we are doing so pursuant to, FBI policy, that we're keeping a organized, consistent log showing each one of those evidence items and where they were located and by whom they were located. They can also kind of play a little bit more of an administrative role for the scene to make sure that everything is properly documented.
Okay. And then let me just further our discussion on that topic, if I could. With respect to any evidence that was seized by your team then, who would that evidence have been turned over for submission if there was a need to submit it to a laboratory for, like DNA analysis, latent prints analysis, or any type of trace evidence analysis?
Generally, that's the case agent. So in this instance, it would have been Cameron Smith.
All right. Now, when you responded to Davenport on July 14th of 2020, had there been a briefing provided to you to explain what the nature of your assignment was going to be?
Yes, I believe Cameron Smith and I would have, we had discussed things prior to our departure.
Okay. What was the nature of the assignment that was made to your team?
As far as like why we were going out there,
Exactly.
I would say that it wasn't there wasn't much known, I don't think, at that point to us as far as, aside from the fact that we had a missing 10-year-old girl that was last seen with her stepfather out in, the Davenport area, and that there was different vehicles that had been in play as far as things that the Davenport PD and FBI wanted us to look at. It was a pretty basic set of facts as far as what we knew going in.
Okay. Were there specific vehicles that you were assigned to search and process?
Yes,
Okay. How many vehicles?
3.
Could you give us descriptions for those 3 vehicles?
Sure. The first one was a 1980 Kings Highway motorhome, kind of a big RV type vehicle. The second one was a 2007 maroon Chevy Impala.
Okay.
And then the third one was a 2012 black Chevy Camaro.
All right. Now, were there search warrants that had been obtained prior to your team searching and processing those vehicles?
Yes.
All right. Just by way of background so that we have some perspective, even before the search warrants that had been obtained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had the Davenport Police Department also obtained search warrants for those vehicles to accomplish certain objectives that they were needing to accomplish before your team came in and did the processing of those vehicles?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right. Had photographs already been taken of the vehicles just to establish their appearance at the point that law enforcement had come into contact with those vehicles?
I had not seen the photographs, but it was my understanding that they had, yes.
All right. And then let me ask this. I want to focus very specifically on the RV. Were you aware, based on a statement provided by the younger brother of Breasia Terrell, identifying a machete that was in the RV, were you aware of Davenport having gone in and seized that machete before you came to do your processing?
I was, yes.
Okay, all right. So, that being said, were the vehicles in police custody when you began your responsibilities on July 14th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where were they located?
They were located at the, I believe it was the Public Works building. I don't know the exact address off the top of my head, but Public Works building for either, I guess, Scott County or Davenport.
Okay. Did your team respond out to that particular location?
Yes.
And then when you arrived at the location, had the Davenport Police Department taken steps to secure that vehicle in some way to establish that there was a proper chain of custody and that no one had been able to get into those vehicles or remove anything from those vehicles?
Yes.
Describe.
So the outside of the building was taped off as far as the entrance to get into the building, had like yellow caution tape. Inside the building, there was caution tape across, kind of in front of and behind each of the vehicles, as well as evidence tape that had been placed on all of the, I guess, possible entrance doors for each vehicle.
Okay. How were the vehicles situated inside that building?
They were situated with, at least from where we went in through the entrance, it was the motorhome was situated first. Behind that was the Impala, and then behind that was the Camaro.
Okay. And in what order did you conduct your search and processing of those vehicles?
We did it in that same order. We just went from kind of front to back with the motorhome, then the Impala, then the Camaro.
All right, let's focus then on the process that you follow. Describe the steps utilized by the evidence response team when they process a vehicle.
So we generally go by a 12-step process no matter what type of search we're on. And I can take you through each of those steps if you'd like.
Absolutely.
So the first step would be preparation, just kind of what we've already talked about, having that discussion with the case agent. Then the second would be, approaching the scene, again, going more into what type of scene we're dealing with, where we're going, logistics. The third step would be securing the scene. Obviously, in this instance, that was already taken care of for us. Next, you would have, I conduct an initial survey where I go in for something like this. For instance, I would go in and just kind of do an initial survey around the vehicles. And then for each vehicle, once we get to that point, going inside the vehicle and doing an initial survey, which really just means I look around to see if there's anything that jumps out to me. After the initial survey, I come out and I provide some sort of brief or meeting with the rest of the team as to kind of what I've seen, what the plan's going to be. Then we document the scene. That just goes with our administrative logs and everything like that. Photograph the scene. We sketch it. We conduct a thorough search. When that's all done, we collect and package the evidence. Then we do a final survey, again, where I'm going back through making sure we didn't leave anything or if there was anything else that just got missed. And then we release the scene.
Okay. Was the search of the RV different than the search of the maroon Chevy Impala and the black Camaro?
Yes.
And what would make that search different as compared to the two passenger vehicles?
Well, I mean, the motorhome, you're treating a little bit more like we would for a residence search or an apartment search. You have room to move around. You have living areas and usually a lot more items than what we typically find in just a vehicle search.
And staying with the topic of the recreational vehicle, had Davenport already gone in and done at least a search for specific items of evidence?
In the motorhome?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Set the stage then for the RV.
Once we start the search, our photographer will get entry photos all around the exterior of the vehicle. Then we get into the vehicle and she and I, this would be Lavone Tinkin, Lavone and I would have gone through the RV looking for anything, again, that stands out. And also so she can kind of get an idea as to how she wants to label things. And by that I mean we have room labels that we'll put up in different areas that helps us differentiate where we find things. After that, she'll do her room entries or her vehicle entry photos. Once that has been finished, then we make a determination as to if there's anything that is maybe more higher priority to collect right now than other things. A lot of times that might be trace evidence, or if we're on a scene that involves any type of transient evidence. For this case, I don't believe we necessarily found any of that in the motorhome, so we just treated it as a normal search in which you would just go in and start looking through things, trying to find things that look like they might have evidentiary value.
Okay, and I want to make sure that I understand that with respect to that particular testimony, are you talking about transient evidence? There was no indication of transient evidence in there?
None that initially that we saw.
Okay, tell me what you mean by transient evidence.
Transient evidence, anything that is going to be easy for it to, for instance, trace evidence, hairs, fibers, anything like that we're worried about, like if even so much as open the door or if somebody would step on it, anything that is going to be possibly easily damaged or moved or anything like that, that might be something that we go for. Transient evidence is really going to be any evidence that goes from one area or one person and gets transferred to a different person or a different scene, which would include DNA, blood, biological fluids, anything like that.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you are looking for DNA, blood, or any type of bodily fluids, how do you do that, other than just looking at things with the naked eye?
So again, it depends. If we have reason to believe, for instance, that a certain area should or could have blood and we just aren't seeing it with the naked eye, there are different tools that we can use to help us try and locate that a little better.
Okay, and what would be the tools that you would use for locating potential blood?
For potential blood, the number one that we would use is Blue Star. It can also be luminol, but for what we have with our team, we use Blue Star.
What is Blue Star and how does it work?
Blue Star is a chemical, generally, it can be a spray, it can be generally a spray that you use, and it's got properties in it that if in darkness, if it is sprayed onto potentially blood, that will sometimes illuminate, kind of a bluish glow that you can see, which then kind of points you to that might be a potential area of blood. It is not a confirmatory test, nor is it even a presumptive test. It is more just an indication that there might be something, and really what it is, it's indicating that there's something that quite possibly has either heme in it, meaning the molecule that delivers oxygen within blood, or that it could be even something as simple as certain types of metals can give that off. Urine can have the same properties as far as glowing. So that's why I say it's not presumptive or confirmatory, because it's not saying that it absolutely is blood. It's just giving us an indication that there might be something there.
Okay. As a general rule, is blood something that tends to be visible to the naked eye?
Yes.
All right. Give us an example of an instance where it's not so obvious when you're looking at something that you think, oh, this could potentially be blood, and so you are taking that, well, I'm sure you take that step anyway, but you would take that a step further.
So the two that pop out in my mind would be, one is if you're dealing with a background that might be the same color. You might be dealing
Right.
with like a darker background that is just hard to, with the naked eye, see if there are certain things that are blending in, or like a darker carpet or something like that where it's just harder. The number two would be if it's been cleaned up or been attempted to have been cleaned up. Sometimes we can still see residual luminescence from that.
Okay. I'd like for you to speak to that topic. Are there products out there that can be used to clean up blood?
Yes.
Okay, what would be those products?
I mean, I'm not the expert on all of them, but I know bleach would be, is kind of the universal, the easiest one that somebody would use.
Okay, and then as far as bleach is concerned, does bleach have any type of impact on DNA and the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And just generally, I understand that you're not one of the forensic analysts, but generally, through your training experience, what is the import of bleach if bleach is used in an area where there might be blood or even potential DNA evidence?
That it would destroy it.
Okay. All right. And do you have any understanding of how quickly, with the use of bleach, DNA evidence can be destroyed?
I don't have generally speaking, I believe it happens fairly quick.
Okay.
I don't have a scientific background enough to know the exact time that it would take.
All right. Now, let's talk about bodily fluids. Is there a distinction between blood and when we talk about bodily fluids?
There can be, yes.
Okay, what is encompassed within that category of bodily fluids that you would also look for?
So with bodily fluids, in addition to blood, it can be anything, as I've already stated, urine, it can be seminal fluid, saliva, vaginal fluid, any type of biological or physiological secretion from the body, generally associated with, some sort of sex or sexual incident.
Certainly. And when we talk about bodily fluids, is this something that's necessarily obvious to the naked eye?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Are there tools that you utilize as a member of the evidence response team to help identify locations of potential bodily fluids?
There are, yes.
Explain.
So what we will use is, we call it ALS, which is short for alternate light source. Within the ALS, within an alternate light source, there's a number of variations of light. The one that we primarily use is UV. What happens is you can use that UV light to shine it upon areas that might have, for instance, stains on them, or that you think might have those types of areas. Again, using a little bit of darkness, then using that light. What happens is that light is fluoresces back, and if you're using the proper filtered goggles, for instance, if you're using UV light, you would use orange colored goggles. That takes out the overexcitation light, so that it basically kind of lets you see different, I wouldn't say chemicals, different areas that you wouldn't normally see with your with the naked eye. It can highlight areas.
Okay. If there are areas that have been highlighted by those alternate light sources, how is that then collected to be submitted to a laboratory for forensic analysis?
We can do one of two things. We can either swab the area, but our most preferred method is we just like to, if there's any part that we can take out and just send the whole thing to the lab, we prefer to do that because they're the experts in analysis. We're just kind of the collector. So anytime that we can collect something and send it to the lab, we generally try to do that.
And when you use this alternate light source, if there are areas that it fluoresces on, is that the right term that I want to use?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. If there are areas that light source fluoresces on, is that something that's confirmatory in nature that, yes, this is definitely a bodily fluid?
I wouldn't say it's confirmatory. That's what the lab is going to be for. Again, what this is showing us is that there's something there that likely has some sort of biological fluid in it. Doesn't necessarily mean, it could also mean that it's something that could be like a cleaning product, it could be plant-based, a whole number of different things. It could be ink. So it just kind of gives us an idea that this might be something.
Okay. Speaking to the topic of bleach, and I'm just bringing this full circle, does bleach have an effect on bodily fluids if there are bodily fluids present?
It would have an effect on the DNA within bodily fluids.
And so just in terms of our earlier discussion, it still applies to bodily fluids. Bodily fluids has DNA in it, is that correct?
I would say most bodily fluids should have some DNA in it, yes.
Okay, and that's probably not a good question, but can we take bodily fluids and use that as a means of developing DNA to identify who that bodily fluid belongs to?
I believe for most cases it's possible, yes.
Okay, is that the better question?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does the alternate light source ever fluoresce if there has been a cleaning fluid like bleach used, on an area where there had been bodily fluids?
I don't know about bleach. I know that it has the potential to on certain products. It's hard with bleach, again, because a lot of times if you're using bleach, you're wiping it down, and so that's going to not necessarily leave like a solid, like a pool or a stain. So it's hard to That's a hard one to answer. I just don't know. I don't have, again, enough background in, I guess, the analysis of it to surely say one way or the other whether bleach will always produce some sort of emission.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about the RV. Relative to the RV, was there an area that was of particular interest when you were looking for stains or bodily fluids, blood stains or bodily fluids?
Yes.
Explain.
Actually, I'd say there was probably two areas. The first being the bed area, and then the second being like the sink area.
All right. Speak to the area of the sink.
The sink, obviously, our thought always goes to with sink is, if you're cleaning something up, if you've got stuff on your hands, for instance, blood or anything like that, and you're cleaning, that there might be some residue of that still left over. Any type of stains that we might have found within the sink or around the sink would be something we'd be looking at. It's also going to be a possible area for DNA, from whoever's using the handles and whatnot.
All right. And if an individual is in fact washing off blood or even bodily fluids, if there is caution taken to clean up that area, is there the ability to be able to, I guess, rid the sink of evidence that could be collected?
There's definitely the ability to. Does it happen all the time? No. I mean, there's still times where someone might think that they're cleaning everything up and think that they've gotten everything, but we are still able to find, little specks or little, bits of blood spatter or whatever. But yeah, most of the time, I think when that happens, there's a much better chance for it to be successful.
Certainly. Let's talk about the bed. And I think it states the obvious, but why were you interested in the bed within the RV?
So in the bed, obviously, we're looking for DNA and biological fluids. For stating the obvious, obviously, if there's going to be sexual activity, one would think that the bed would be the primary spot for said activity to have occurred, as well as just for anybody laying down. Anyone, sitting down or whatever, there's that chance for everything from hairs, fibers, DNA, any type of biological fluids, etc.
Okay. Was the scene photographed before we started the processing for blood or any type of bodily fluid?
Yes.
All right. And Special Agent McBride, were there a significant number of photographs taken?
I believe so.
Okay. Have we narrowed those photographs down to particular items of interest within the RV itself?
Did we take specific photographs of the evidence items? Is that what you're asking?
No, did we take a massive amount of photographs to begin with, showing the overall condition of the RV?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the items in the RV?
Yes.
Did your team go through drawers?
We did.
Did you go through closets?
We did.
Did you take photographs of items in drawers?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of items in closets?
Yes.
Did you go through cupboards?
We did.
Did you take photographs of items in the cupboards?
We did.
Even within the driving compartment of the RV, was there storage areas like a console or a glove box?
Yes.
Did you go through those areas?
We did.
Were photographs taken of items within those areas?
They were.
And then just the general living quarters, where there's seating, or the kitchen, were there photographs taken of all of those areas?
Yes.
And even back into the bedroom?
Yes.
So then, very simply, were there photographs taken of everything, whether it just be the layout of the RV or any personal item within the RV itself?
I would say that we took a very thorough amount of photographs that should show just about everything in the RV. Is there a potential that something might have, in taking photographs, is there always the potential that there's something that is missed? There's always that potential, but I think we did a pretty good job of getting just about everything in there.
Now, for purposes of trial, have we gone through those photographs, though, and limited it to items that were of interest relative to this investigation and investigative details that became the focus?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15. I want you to look through that group exhibit, and once you've finished looking through that exhibit, let me know.
I finished?
All right. Do you recognize what's depicted in this group exhibit?
Yes.
As just a general statement, what is depicted within this exhibit?
I mean, this is a true and accurate depiction of the photographs that were taken in the RV.
Okay. Were there particular items of interest?
Yes.
Okay. And was there areas within the bedroom that included bedding that was actually taken out of the RV and photographed and sent in for processing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 149-1 through 149-15.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I go ahead and publish these exhibits?
You may.
All right. Okay. Special Agent McBride, were you aware of, I guess, statements collected from witnesses about Breasia and her younger brother having been dressed after their baths at the person of interest apartment in large white T-shirts?
I don't know what the specifics were, but I remember discussion about being dressed in attire such as that, yes.
Okay. And so was that something that would have been of interest to your team when you were in there in the RV and looking for items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 149-1. What does this particular photograph depict?
This photograph depicts like a large white T-shirt or undershirt.
All right. Then I'd like for you to actually look at your 149-2. And rather than viewing it on the screen, I'm going to ask you to look at something if you could. What is 149-2?
It's a picture of it's called a DG Home Cleaner with Bleach.
All right. Was this found in the RV?
It was.
All right. Has this been removed from its original location as we see it in this photograph?
Yes.
All right. But going to State's Exhibit 149-3, does this give us a perspective of the location where that item was found within the RV?
It does.
Generally, where was this cleaner that contained bleach found?
For 149-3, what you're looking at is if you would enter into the RV or the motorhome, you would take a left and you'd be walking towards the bedroom area. This is on the left side of that. I would call it kind of like a cabinet area or maybe like a little desktop
Certainly.
kind of table next to the bed.
Let me ask you about your knowledge relative to bleach. Is bleach manufactured in one of two ways, essentially? And if you don't know, just let me know this. So if you buy bleach, the active component of bleach, is there different active components depending upon the brand of the Clorox that's been bought?
I wouldn't know.
And that's okay. I didn't know if you knew that, but we'll go ahead and we'll set that aside. Let's go ahead and let's talk about the next group of exhibits. And if you could, then lay the groundwork for what we're going to be seeing in these photographs that we'll be discussing. State's Exhibit 149-4. Tell me about what we are seeing here.
149-4 was a blanket, a blue and white checkered blanket that we found in the bed area.
Okay. When you went into the sleeping quarters of the RV, was there bedding on the bed?
I mean, I believe that there was bedding, like blankets and sheets and whatnot, as I recall, on the bed. Like, was it wrapped around the bed in such a fashion that we're thinking of as far as like a fitted sheet around a mattress? I don't believe so. I think it was just kind of on there.
Okay, kind of balled up in a messy sort of way?
Yes.
Okay. Did your team go through and examine the various articles associated with this bedding?
Yeah, we looked at each item.
Okay. Now, how would that have been done to facilitate a complete examination of each item of bedding?
The easiest way is just for us to, obviously in that motorhome, you don't have a lot of room. It's very narrow, so we would have taken the bedding out and laid it on butcher paper so that we can get a better idea of, one, the size, two, we can get a better look as to if there's something on there that is suspicious in nature.
As we look at States Exhibit 149-4, the surface underneath that bedding, is that the butcher paper that you're describing?
Yes.
Okay, and then if you could, what was it about this particular item of bedding that was of interest?
Well, any item of bedding is going to be of interest to us just for the mere fact that it could have DNA, trace evidence, stuff like that. This one also had a red stain on it. There you can see it in the bottom right corner. That obviously drew our attention.
All right, let me go to States Exhibit 149-5. Was there close-ups taken of that area that you were referencing?
Yes.
All right, what is depicted in States Exhibit 149-5?
A close-up area of that where it could show kind of the reddish stains on that same blanket or comforter.
149-6.
Sorry. Also a close-up of one of the red marks or stains.
Okay. Moving on to 149-7.
This is just another sheet that was white with little green triangles, I believe, that was roughly in the same area.
All right. 149-8.
Another blanket that was from the same area as the last ones that we talked about.
Now, as we look off to the upper left corner of this picture, what is it that we're seeing there?
So here, that's one of our personnel, and they're dressed. The white is the Tyvek suit, and you can see, I guess the silver would be the tape that goes around we have rubber booties that would tape the rubber booties with the Tyvek suit.
And then, is there a yellow cord that we're seeing here in the background?
Yes.
What is that cord associated with?
Just whatever we were needing to power at that point, most likely probably our laptop or just whatever electronic means that we had going.
149-9.
Another picture of, I believe it's the bottom side of the same blanket in 149.8.
So is this just some representative examples of bedding that was located in that RV and the process that you went through to identify locations of interest?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what was the bed constructed of, the mattress itself?
I would refer to it as kind of a foam mattress.
Okay. How many layers were there to this foam mattress?
Well, there was 1, 2, really 3 layers.
All right. Going to States Exhibit 149-10, explain what this is.
This is a picture of what I would say is the second layer, which that thick kind of foam mattress that you can see, and there's a kind of a darker yellow line down the middle of that foam mattress. There's also a smaller foam mattress on the top portion of that bed.
Is this what we're talking about where
Yes.
I'm running my finger?
Yes.
All right.
And so that laid adjacent to those, the foam mattresses that were laying on the bed.
If there's bedding on the mattress itself, why would you pay any attention to the foam mattress?
Again, we could be looking at trace evidence that has been caught in that foam mattress. I mean, that foam material sometimes is a little bit better at catching different types of things, as well as if there's been any stains or fluids or anything like that that have seeped through sheets or blankets that might have been collected into that foam.
States Exhibit 149-11.
Yep.
What are we seeing here?
So that was the top portion, or I guess that's kind of what I'm calling it. This was actually more of an egg, I would refer to it as an egg carton type shell or a type foam mattress. And this is the bottom side of that.
Okay, and then just to illustrate the point that you were making, 149-12,
That would be, in my opinion, what the top side of it would be.
okay? And then do you see stains here on the top side of this mattress?
Yes.
Would those have been areas that would have been processed as well?
I don't know. I mean, those are areas that, those are reasons we would have also collected it. Whether or not those specific areas were eventually processed by the lab, I don't know.
Okay, and that was a bad question on my part. Was this an area that you were interested in for having potential evidence to submit to the laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, going to States Exhibit 149-13, what is States Exhibit 149-13?
So 149-13 is, if you remember back to 149-10,
Okay, and then let me just throw that out there so that we can just reference that again.
I'm sorry?
There we go, so
Yep.
149-10.
So yes, so this is the mattress that you're seeing, I believe on 149-10 is that first kind of layer.
Okay, is it this, what's laying flat here?
Yeah, the thick foam mattress, I
Okay.
believe. I mean, I would have to double check with the photo log, but I'm almost certain because the first layer, that first layer that we looked at on 149-10 was actually two kind of rectangles that were together.
Sure.
Whereas the layer underneath that, that we'll see in later pictures, that it was already split apart.
Gotcha. All right, and then to carry that thought through, looking at 149-14, is this what you're speaking about?
Yes, so that would be the bottom layer that was split already.
All right, now, we see a number of darkened markings along this that almost looks like grids, if you could. Explain that to us so that we understand what we're looking at.
I don't know what those are. My guess is, again, just purely guessing, would be that it's from being on the bottom and having, being pressed up against whatever shelving or materials underneath it.
And then was there any trace evidence that you would have collected during the course of this particular search?
Yes.
What was that trace evidence?
Hairs?
How many hairs?
2.
How would you describe the appearance of those hairs?
I think one was a little bit longer, and off the top of my head, I don't remember the color of it, but one was found on top of the mattress and one was found, I believe, kind of underneath the mattress.
Were these seized as well?
Yes,
All right. For what purpose?
for potential value or potential evidential value for the case.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 149-15. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 149-15?
One of the hairs that we collected.
All right. It's hard to see, I think, but if you could, is my finger running along
It is.
that hair?
Yep.
All right. Let's speak to this particular topic. Was this an older RV?
Yes.
Just based on your observations of the condition of the RV, did it appear that this vehicle had been subject to significant use?
Yes.
That being said, over the course of time, even though you found 2 of those hairs, if there is a lot of activity within that RV, finding those 2 trace hairs, could that be, pretty typical for any RV that you go into?
I would think so.
Okay. At any rate, are you still going to collect that evidence just to be safe?
Yes.
All right. Does that really speak to, I guess, what occurred with the search of the RV?
For everything that we just went over?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, let me go ahead and grab this one here. Which vehicle did you search next?
Next, we searched the 2007 Impala.
All right. How was that search conducted?
So there we go back more to a vehicle search format in that where we kind of go grid by grid or area by area, as opposed to, the motorhome, which we can kind of get into and walk through and do all this stuff. For vehicles, it's actually a little bit more difficult because you're confined to just one spot at a time. One of the fears is that, for instance, if you have like all of the doors open at the same time in a vehicle, you can create somewhat of a wind tunnel, and then that could have the potential for shooting out or bringing in, trace evidence into it. So we do one area at a time, which takes a little bit longer. We'll also look at things depending upon the vehicle, depending upon the facts known at the time. Latent prints might be a little bit more applicable, or we might be looking for DNA in certain areas, or we might be looking for trace in certain areas.
Okay. Were you aware that the Chevy Impala had been processed for latent prints on the exterior of the vehicle before your team had come down to do your processing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right. And so with the latent prints having been developed from the exterior of the vehicle, were you interested in any potential stains that might reflect blood or bodily fluids, to include DNA, vaginal secretions, or even any type of penile secretions?
Yes.
Okay. Identify the areas then.
That we found that could have possible stains in them?
No, as far as you say, when you try to focus on an area inside the vehicle as you do the search. So what are those areas? Define those areas for us.
Gotcha. So for this instance, what we look at, for most vehicles, we usually break them up into front driver's seat area, front passenger seat area. Depending upon how the back seat is, we could either do it all as one, if it's just like one long bench seat without a lot of room, or we might break it up and do rear passenger, rear driver's side, and then the trunk area.
All right. I would represent to you, Special Agent McBride, that we've already had civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster, who has testified, and we've introduced the photographs of the vehicle, just showing each of those areas and how they appeared when the vehicle was seized. So for purposes of your testimony, let me ask you this. We were able to look into the trunk, but we couldn't necessarily discern what was in the trunk. In your search, did you take items from each of those locations and lay them out so we could specifically see what all of those items consisted of?
We did.
Okay. And then how were those items laid out for purposes of photographs?
They were laid out on butcher paper that we would usually label what area of the car they are coming from.
Okay. And then the group exhibit that we're going to be talking about, will that then follow that procedure that you've described?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, let me ask you this. When you were looking at the interior of the vehicle, were you interested in the condition of the upholstery of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was this, how would you describe the upholstery?
I would describe it as, I guess, what we would expect from a 2007 era car. It's going to be a little bit more worn, a little more used
Okay.
looking.
And was it leather or was it an upholstered fabric?
An upholstered fabric.
Okay. With the examination of the interior of the vehicle, were there any areas of interest that you and your team members noted?
Yes.
What were those areas of interest?
We had the left shoulder area of the front passenger seat, and then we had kind of the center portion of the rear seat, which I believe was, again, kind of more of a bench-style seat. We had two different areas that we were concentrating on within that area, within that centralized back seat area. One kind of more toward the front and one kind of more towards the back, almost like the crease where, it separates between what you're sitting on versus what you're leaned up against.
Okay. Were alternate light sources utilized in both of those areas?
Yes.
Describe what was noted when the alternate light sources were utilized.
We saw a reflection. We saw, I guess, a fluorescence of specific stains within within the back seat area.
Again, would that be something that's confirmatory, or would you need to submit that to the laboratory?
You'd need to submit it to the lab.
What was that collected as evidence for submission to the laboratory?
We cut out the upholstery portion of the seat, as well as there was a portion of the, and I don't know what I would refer to it as kind of the foam padding that's underneath the upholstery, and so we cut out a swath of that as well.
And then I'm going to go back to the topic of bleach. If there was any type of bodily fluids or even blood, could bleach be used to clean those areas?
It could be.
All right. Let's talk about the trunk. When your team was doing the search of the trunk, did you lay out all of the items found within the trunk?
I don't know if we laid out every specific item. We took out every item. I don't know if each item got specifically laid out, but we laid out most of them, yes.
Were there items in the trunk that seemed a bit disturbing to you?
Yes.
Describe.
There was, one item was just a black metal baseball bat, and another item was a hatchet.
Okay. And then was there any type of covering for some sort of knife that you found within the trunk?
Yeah, we also found a sheath, a black sheath that to what I would say would fit like what you would picture as being a machete.
All right. Now, was any machete within the trunk, or just simply the fabric covering that would fit over the machete?
We did not find a machete in there, no.
But just simply the covering for it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect, there we go, that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. Please look through those exhibits and tell me if you recognize that group exhibit. Do you recognize the group Exhibit 12? And I'll get that for you, Agent.
I do, yes.
How do you recognize this group exhibit?
I recognize them to be accurate depictions of photographs that we took from the Impala.
Okay. Now, for purposes of our record, have we narrowed the photographs to be introduced?
Yes.
And then how did we narrow down the collection of photographs from the Impala?
Most of them are just pictures of the items from within the Impala.
Okay. With the previous photographs introduced by civilian crime scene Jill Foster, would that give the court then a perspective of what the vehicle looked before you started your search?
I would imagine so.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 12-1 through 12-32.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish these exhibits?
You may.
Sorry.
Please explain what's depicted in State's Exhibit 12-1.
So in 12-1, what we're seeing is a floor mats as well as like phone chargers and a pack of cigarettes and some change.
Is there something written on that piece of butcher paper to identify the location where those items came from?
It says door panel. I think that was more specific to where the cigarettes and change came from.
Okay. And then the floor mats, what area of the vehicle did they come from?
From the front area.
All right. Now, as we look at this photograph, you had referenced that there were phone chargers.
Yes.
Could you describe, how many phone chargers, first of all?
2 from what it looks like.
And then can you describe the color of those phone chargers?
One is white, one is black. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there might be 2 heads of phone chargers in addition to the white phone cord that has a USB head to it.
Speaking to the obvious, if there's phone chargers in a vehicle, can a phone be charged within the vehicle itself?
I would think so.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-2. What is State's Exhibit 12-2?
12-2 are items that were taken from the center console of the vehicle.
Anything of import that we really need to discuss here?
The rag in the middle, washcloth or whatever you might refer to it as.
Okay. What was it about the washcloth that was of interest?
I think mostly just that it didn't make a whole lot of sense in the center console. We had just concerns that that might have something on it.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-3, were photographs taken of either side of that washcloth?
Yes.
Okay. And then as you had looked at the washcloth, was there anything on this side of the washcloth that stuck out to you as a potential stain?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. And then going to State's Exhibits 12-4, again?
Again, nothing that really stood out to me as like a stain that we needed to notify the lab about.
Certainly. Let's go to State's Exhibit 12-5. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 12-5?
12-5, you're looking at the front passenger seat area.
Is this the area that you had referenced earlier on where there was a stain or stains that you were interested in?
It is.
Okay. Now, you've got a pointer somewhere along the side. Let me
Yep.
see. Did you see it?
I do.
Okay. And actually, that darn thing, when we put it up on the screen, isn't working very well, but I'll just give you this little
Okay,
wooden
gotcha.
pointer and then show us where we need to be focusing our attention.
May I stand?
Absolutely.
So we're looking at kind of that general area.
Okay, and then down below, as we look toward the bottom of the seat, was that a stain or just simply just the way the plush on the upholstery was going?
Are you talking about right there?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think that was a stain. I think it was
Gotcha.
just a discoloration. I don't know. It didn't appear like a stain.
Okay. Would this section that you pointed to, was that part of the fabric that was cut away to be sent to the laboratory?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 12-6, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 12-6?
That's a closer-up picture of that same seat that we saw in 12-5.
Okay. Can you look at that photograph up close? Not looking at it on the screen, but just looking at it to the naked eye. As you look at this with the naked eye, was there any type of coloring associated with that stain?
Yeah, there's like a darker coloring to it.
All right. If you apply bleach to a spot of blood, does it change the depth of the color associated with blood?
I couldn't speak to whether it definitively does. I would, based upon my experience, I would say it does. It's going to lighten it a little bit.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 12-7, what is State's Exhibit 12-7?
Is a photo where we're looking at, on the bottom side, it says door panel, and then above that, we're seeing things like, kind of like your COVID-style masks, N95 mask, and then above that are two floor mats.
Okay. Is there anything of import that really stands out in this photograph?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 12-8.
12.8, now we're scaling back a little bit, so you're seeing more to the right of what we just saw in 12.7. And now we're seeing the words glove compartment, indicating that the items around that were taken from the glove compartment, which are mostly document type items, things you would normally find in a glove compartment. The vehicle maintenance, books and air fresheners and whatnot.
When you had removed those items, or when they were removed, was there any examination of those documents to see if there were names associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 12-9, what do we have here, and what name do we have on this document?
This is showing, I guess, documentation for a new license plate for IVU 770, which we knew to be the license plate for the Impala. And then it shows Andrea Culberson as the, who it's registered to.
Sure. Going to State's Exhibit 12-10. What's depicted in this photograph?
Here we have the words back window and rear driver door written by ourselves on that butcher paper. Above each, you have some various hats that were found in the back window. You have on the bottom right, a black mask that has kind of a nose piece almost to it with the American flag on it. A couple of plastic bottles, and then floor mats.
Okay. Was there anything of import as it relates to these items?
No, I mean, I believe we took the mask for potential DNA purposes.
Okay. And then going to State's Exhibit 12-11, what are we seeing here?
Here we're looking directly into the trunk before we've started taking those items out.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 12-12.
This is, so that first one is kind of standing back, taking a picture into the trunk, and now this is moving forward. And as you can see, as you move forward a little bit and look down, you can see other items still in that trunk.
In this photograph, does it depict items of interest that seemed unusual?
Yes.
What?
You can see the wooden handle right there. And then it might be hard to see in this picture, but you can see the bat that I was talking about, kind of sticking out right there.
Okay. What's the wooden handle associated with?
Hatchet.
Okay. And in this photo, can we see that sheath covering for the machete that was not within the trunk?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing it with my naked eye here off this picture.
Sure. Going to State's Exhibit 1213, just explain why this, well, what's this about?
This is just showing the label for the box for shoes.
And
Again, oh, sorry.
Yeah, and would that be associated with 1214?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And again, at this stage of the investigation, we don't know what's important versus what's not. Well, there are some items that we don't know if they're going to be in play versus not. We did know that shoes were in play, so we wanted to take a picture of the label to show what type of shoes at least had been in that box.
Can you give us a description of the shoes that were noted as being in that box?
Yeah, it's Jordans, B Loyals, white metallic silver, 4Y.
Okay, all right. And is there an American size on this or not?
I'm sure there probably is, I'm just not. I'm guessing, I don't know if 4Y is I don't know.
That's okay. All right, now, since you indicated that there were shoes of interest, let me ask you this. Were you aware of a pair of gold tennis shoes that the defendant had been noted wearing during his initial contact with an officer out at the apartment complex where he was staying with Breasia, her younger brother, his son, and the girlfriend?
Yeah, I think that general information was passed on to us
Okay.
prior.
And was there information passed on to you that those particular tennis shoes had quite a bit of mud on them?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of steps taken by law enforcement in the execution of search warrants trying to find those shoes?
I was not specifically aware of that as to like what actions they took. I know that that was of concern to them.
Okay. Is that why you were interested in photographing that particular box, since it was a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 1215, and then actually again State's Exhibit 1216. And then I'm going to go again to State's Exhibit 1217. Tell us what we've got there.
So 12, 15, and 16 are showing a black I'm probably going to like camisole top, maybe?
Sure.
Is that what you would, like a tank top?
Sure.
With a Foot Locker plastic bag. And then 1217, as we zoom out a little bit more, you can see some of the other items to include that shoe box that we had talked about earlier, some sandals, and some leopard print shorts.
Was there a reason why you were interested in laying out clothing?
Yes,
Explain.
just for the potential use for, again, we didn't know who all the players were yet in this case, meaning if there were multiple subjects, if there was, what was victim clothing, what all was in play. So we grabbed that clothing also as a means of potential DNA or trace evidence that could be
Okay.
contained therein.
State's Exhibit 1218, and then again going to State's Exhibit 1219. What is depicted here?
So 1218 and 1219 show a box labeled Moto E6
Why was this of interest?
for the potential use of it having like a phone or electronic device.
Okay. Are electronic devices always of interest to law enforcement, particularly where you have a child that's been reported missing?
Yes.
Okay. Why are they of interest?
a number of reasons. One of the easiest would be that there might be some sort of, there might be information contained therein within the data that can help us, that can help point to either what happened, where the child went, where the subject went, any number of reasons.
Okay, going to State's Exhibit 1220.
That shows the hatchet that we talked about earlier, that kind of black-looking baseball bat, that Moto E6 blue box that we talked about earlier, a windshield scraper, Boost Mobile, I think it's a card, backing, and then some of the other items that we've seen.
Sure. 1221.
A close-up of the hatchet.
Okay. And then do you take photographs of both sides of the hatchet?
Yeah, we try to. We try to get
1222? Okay.
both sides of most of our evidence items like that.
Okay. And then does 1222 reflect the other side of the hatchet?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since shoes were in play, in an earlier photograph, had it shown a pair of shoes within the trunk?
Yes.
What style of shoes were they?
Timberlands?
And if you were to describe the type of shoe, other than the name brand, how would you describe these?
Kind of more of like a work boot almost looking type of shoe.
Is that reflected in State's Exhibit 1223?
Yes.
And then were those shoes then turned over to see what the soles look like?
They were.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1224 and again in State's Exhibit 1225, what did you note about the condition of the soles?
Fairly clean.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 1226. What's depicted here?
So on the left side, you see a box of mostly kind of various clothing items, as well as then toward the right, you see some hangers, Quality Motors sign that hangs where your license plate does, a couple of Iowa license plates, and then above that is that black machete case that we talked about earlier, and above that is a roll of white Gorilla Tape.
Okay. Then going to State's Exhibit 1227, is there a close-up being taken of at least one particular set of items,
Yes.
which would be,
The clothing items as well as kind of a box of toiletries.
okay, was there anything of any real import as far as these items were concerned?
We did not think so at the time, no.
Okay, now, let's go ahead and let's talk about the other item that you'd mentioned in 1228.
All right?
Are there two items of interest here?
Yes.
Explain.
There's the black machete case that you can see towards the top, and then the white, the roll of white Gorilla Tape.
What is the difference between Gorilla Tape and just standard tape that we may have around our house?
I believe the difference is that it's a little bit stronger, a little bit more durable.
And where were these items taken from?
These are all items that were taken from the trunk.
Okay. Did you find the machete anywhere in the car that would belong to this sheath?
No.
During the processing of the RV, was there a sheath found in the RV?
In the RV, I don't believe so.
All right. Had Davenport already been in to look for a machete before you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so then they would speak to that issue. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, yep.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 1229. Again, I think that this is probably just a repeat of what we've described earlier. Is there anything different about this than what we've seen in other photographs as far as the contents of the trunk?
I don't believe so. I think the only thing you might see is just that flashlight kind of between the blue box and the yellow
Okay.
one.
Going to 1230.
All right.
What area of the vehicle are we talking about?
The rear passenger side,
Was there anything of any real import that was noted when you laid out the contents from the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle?
no.
Okay. Of 1231. What do we have here?
So 1231 is the barcode area showing for like I believe that's from the Boost Mobile box.
Okay. Why would you be interested in documenting that?
Because we'd want to make sure that we had the serial number as well as the IMEI number that can help investigators track down certain information or, help with certain warrants.
Okay, all right. Would that relate to cellular devices that might be of interest?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, States Exhibit 1232. What do we have in States Exhibit 1232?
In 1232, you're seeing the different areas that we cut out of the car.
Okay. Did that include the area from the front seat?
Yes,
How many areas from the front seat?
just one.
Okay. Did that include the area of the back seat?
It did.
All right. And then what would have been the additional item?
Well, they're both really from the back seat. So the top portion here is the cloth covering, the upholstery covering, and then down here is the kind of foam padding that's underneath that.
Okay. As we look even at the stains on the back portion of the seat there, how would you describe, I guess, the appearance of those stains?
I would say that the appearance of those stains with the naked eye don't necessarily jump out at you. With when we applied ALS, they were a little bit more significant as far as the contrast of it.
Okay. All right. Can you help us to understand that last statement?
Sure. So what I mean by that is that kind of what we talked about earlier when we're using ALS and we're shining it on certain stains, that it's going to show the outline of what that stain looks like better than what we're going to see with the naked eye. So
Gotcha.
it illuminates it a little bit better. I think, whatever appropriate verbiage fluoresces it a little better.
Okay. And then finally, relative to the Camaro.
Ms.
Oh, should we-
Cunningham, this is a good point for us to take our afternoon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Excuse me?
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Special Agent McBride, I'm going to hand to you a number of exhibits here. Let me just show these to counsel so that they've got a perspective. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 117, 118, 119, and then 120. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibits 117, 118, 119, and 120. I want you to look at these physical items of evidence and then tell me if you recognize each of these. Let's start with our first one.
Can I grab some glove? Would you mind if I grab?
You may.
That's-
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But where do we keep our gloves? That's right.
Thank you. Probably grab too many. Thanks.
Do you recognize each of these exhibits?
I do.
Okay. For purposes of our record, what is State's Exhibit 117?
Uh, 117 is the white Gorilla Tape.
State's Exhibit 118?
.118 is a black sheath for a knife or machete.
119?
119 is a hatchet.
And 120?
And then 120 is the black baseball bat.
Are these the items that we previously noted in the group exhibit that we've talked about relating to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. And then just describe the chain of custody for these items of evidence.
Well, the chain of custody would have been, to my knowledge, the extent that I can talk to, is they would have been collected on the scene, seized by Cameron Smith, and then from that point forward, I know from the scene we drove them to the Quad Cities RA, FBI office. From that point forward, I can't speak to the chain as I wasn't a part of that.
Certainly. At any rate, then, as far as these items were concerned, were these all items that you seized from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 117, 18, 19, and 20.
I have no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. What I'd like for you to do is let's focus on State's Exhibit 118. Could you please remove that item from the bag so that we can get a perspective of what that looks like? Okay. As far as the sheath is concerned, would that hold a narrower, that's, I don't know if that's a word, but we're going to use it, a narrower sheath or a broader sheath?
The sheath would hold a narrower blade.
All right. State's Exhibit 119, could you please show us the hatchet so that we can get a perspective of that item as well. And then I'll just take those items and move those for you.
Sure.
So that you don't have to deal with those. All right.
I'm sorry.
Going to State's Exhibit 120. All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit 117, so that we then can also get a perspective of that gorilla tape. Okay. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 6-1 through 6-20.
We're just going to do just a hand it to him, have him just describe gently but not go through. Just not that's of interest to us.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20. I'd like for you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those, that group exhibit.
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20?
I recognize them to be fair and accurate depictions of photographs that we took of the items in the Camaro.
And do those photographs essentially follow the same format of what we noted when we published the photographs from the items in the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Just generally and in the interest of time, is there anything that was a particular interest that stuck out to agents when you were going through and looking at those items?
There were two items.
And what were those two items?
One was a white undershirt, commonly referred to as a wife beater. Another was a black colored fold-out knife.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 6-1 through 6-20.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I do a limited publication?
You may.
Okay. I place before you State's Exhibit 6-3. What are we looking at?
We're looking at the white undershirt that I just earlier mentioned.
Okay. Was there information that was imparted to the evidence response team about an article of clothing that Mr. Dinkins would have been wearing in the middle of the night of July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the information that was imparted?
I think the nature was that he often wore this style of undershirt.
Okay, and so by virtue of that, is that why this particular item was of interest and was photographed?
It was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay, was there another reason why this particular item was of interest and photographed?
Just due to the stains that were on the shirt.
Okay, what was the location of the stain as we see in State's Exhibit 6-3?
In 6.3, you can see the stains. I don't know if you can see it all that well. It's kind of more up towards the head area right there, and I think there might be a few down on like the right by where your fingers are.
And then going to State's Exhibit 6-4?
So on 6.4, you can see them a little more predominantly up on the left side toward the head, and then again on the bottom left side right in that area.
Okay. And then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 6-14. What's of interest in this photograph?
Here is in the kind of top middle portion is the black fold-out knife that I talked about.
Okay. Six dash 19,
That's a closer-up picture of said knife,
6-20.
and that's a picture of the knife unfolded.
All right. Why was that item of interest?
I mean, just any time that we have a missing individual and we're searching vehicles that we think might be associated with that missing person, anything that could constitute a weapon is going to be an item of interest.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
The three searches were all that I was involved with for.
Okay. The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will be as brief as I can be, but I would just like to know, to kind of restate your involvement, just very briefly. So my understanding is that you were involved with the FBI's evidence response team, correct?
Correct.
And then short, we can just call it ERT.
Yes.
The involvement is essentially, can be either one of two things, forensic or non-forensic searches, right?
That's generally the two type of searches really anywhere you do.
So my understanding with these three searches, or the searches of these three vehicles, was both non-forensic and forensic, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Generally, a forensic is going to encompass non-forensic. Non-forensic obviously would just be everything except for forensics. Forensics is going to include everything.
Okay, so the forensics would essentially be, testing for DNA, blood, seminal liquid, some sort of bodily fluid, something like that,
Correct,
right?
yes.
Okay. And then you were requested, I think you said on July 13th of 2020 by the Davenport Police Department to conduct these searches, correct?
I was requested by Cameron Smith. I would imagine that they contacted either Cameron or the supervisor at some point. I don't know when that would have occurred, but I would have been contacted by Cameron either the 12th or the 13th.
Okay, and then in any event, on July 14th of 2020, this is where you actually go to this public works place and search these three vehicles,
That's correct.
Okay, and then essentially you testify that you used this 12-step process of searching these vehicles, right?
That's the process that we use for generally every scene.
Now, just before we go into these three searches, all 8 of you, as this search is being conducted, are wearing, essentially hazmat suits, right?
Oh, I wouldn't call them, I get what you're referencing. They're not hazmat suits. They're made of Tyvek material that, keeps us safe from anything that we might encounter, as well as keeping our own DNA and biological, anything like that off of whatever it is we're searching.
Sure, I mean, so you wear these specialized suits, so, one, you don't taint any evidence, right?
Correct,
Or
yeah.
possible evidence, right? And then you don't want to get your blood, sweat, tears, whatever it may be, on any of this stuff that you're searching or that you're standing in.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so I want to talk first about the motorhome. There was some indication that, either blood stains or some sort of stain, could be from a bodily fluid, might be in this motorhome, correct?
From the initial survey, yes.
Okay. You're actually physically in the motorhome on July 14th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you smell bleach at all during that time?
I don't recall smelling bleach, no.
Okay. Is there, and I'm going to probably reference this a few times, but is there a test that the FBI uses or any law enforcement agency uses to test or detect bleach?
There's nothing that our evidence team would use that I'm sure there might be. I couldn't speak to what the lab uses, but there's nothing on scene that we could use.
Okay, so I think you testified maybe that the alternative light source that you use could detect a fluorescence of bleach, right?
I said that it's got the possibility of detecting a number of different types of, so when it fluoresces, it doesn't necessarily mean that it absolutely is biological fluids. It could mean that it's cleaning, different cleaning solutions. It could mean that it's different, plant based, things. There's really, that's why it's not a confirmatory test. It's just, it could provide us insight as to there might be something worth sending to the lab, but it isn't anything confirmatory.
Sure, but then you would swab something like this or cut it out of, whatever material it may be in, right?
Yeah, we would either swab it or send the whole thing to the lab.
Okay, so once it gets into the lab, does the lab have the technology to test for the detection of bleach?
I don't know, I couldn't speak to that.
Okay. In this motorhome, there was a sink that you said was of import, right?
Yes,
Okay. You're aware there was no running water in the RV, right?
yeah, I mean, there wasn't, it made sense that there was not any.
Okay, and then I think you said that the sink was either swabbed or, some sort of swab was used on the sink, and then whatever results from that, you would have bagged it, sent it to a lab, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, meaning you collected evidence from the sink, you put it in a bag, and then you sent it on to the lab.
So we would have collected, we would have swabbed the sink, we swabbed the sink, packaged it, and then once it's seized, then whatever happens as far as it going to the lab, that's the case agent's call.
Okay, so with any one of these swabs or any one of these stains in any one of these vehicles, you wouldn't have had any involvement in testing it for blood, DNA, vaginal fluid, any sort of bodily fluid. You wouldn't have had any involvement in that.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I should say that there could be, if they reach out to me and say, hey, what are what are your thoughts for sending this to the lab? I don't recall that happening in this manner, probably because Mr. Smith was on scene, so he saw everything and knew everything that was going on.
I mean, how many, I'll call them exhibitions, or how many, jobs have you been on as part of the ERT?
I would say easily over 100.
Okay, and then, in those over 100, it's pretty typical that you're looking for some sort of bodily fluid on a bed, right?
When we're dealing with, well, no, I wouldn't say that. If there is a bed in the scene and we are looking for, and we have like a missing person or a sex assault or something like that that would make sense as to why we're looking at that bed, then yes.
Then it's pretty typical for an alternative light source to show an indication of bodily fluids, right? Is that fair?
No. Again, it's kind of hit and miss. It can be, sometimes it can show it. Hopefully it shows it. Sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on what it is that you're looking for. I mean, the ALS isn't, it's not 100%. It's just a tool that we use to help try to enhance our ability to find, certain things.
Is it typical to move items around when you take pictures of items?
It is, yes.
Okay. Is there any reason that you would know that, we looked at an exhibit earlier that it showed a picture of a small container of cleaning bleach. Do you remember that exhibit?
The green bottle?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason that little bleach bottle would have moved spots if the Davenport Police Department has a picture of that bottle in another place?
Not to find, I mean, I don't have an answer for that, no. I don't know why it would have moved.
Did you or anybody from your team, those 8 people, move that bleach bottle?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then, just specifically for the RV, did you find any firearms?
No,
Did you find any ammunition in the RV?
no,
Specifically, you didn't find any .38 special ammunition?
no.
No ammunition whatsoever?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Then I want to move on to the Impala, and I think you said that the left shoulder of the passenger seat was of interest to you, right?
Yes,
And that would have been because you saw some semblance of a stain, right?
correct.
Okay. You submitted, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you said is that you cut out that little patch in that seat and then you sent that on to the lab, right?
The first part's correct. I didn't send anything to the lab, but I would have cut that piece out, and then, again, the case agent would have made that determination for
Okay,
what
but
was,
somebody from the team sent it on to a lab.
I would imagine so.
Okay. And then, again, you wouldn't have had any further involvement with actually testing that little cutout piece.
That's correct.
Okay. Did the Impala smell like bleach at all?
I don't recall the Impala smelling like bleach.
Well, I mean, you would agree with me that bleach has a pretty strong smell, right?
Initially, yeah. I would say that over time, it dissipates, the smell dissipates.
And then the items of the trunk, we looked at quite a few pictures. Essentially what happened is you took pictures of these items and then you collected all of those items we just went through, right?
We collected those items, yes, that we just presented.
Okay, and then specifically, we looked at pictures of those boots in one of those exhibits, right?
That's correct.
That would have been those yellow Timberlands.
Correct, yes.
And then I think that you said, or you testified, that they looked pretty clean, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, are we aware whether those boots were tested for any dirt on the inside or outside of the boot?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Did you or the case agent direct this lab we're talking about to test for dirt?
I did not. I can't speak to what the case agent did.
Are you aware whether those boots were tested for anything?
I'm not, no.
Okay. And then we talked about this hatchet that's actually sitting right up here in front of me. I think that would be exhibit number 119, right?
I don't remember the exhibit number, but I do recall what you're talking about.
Well, you just looked at that hatchet, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the hatchet had hardly been used?
I couldn't answer that.
Well, there's no obvious chips or abrasions on the metal of the hatchet, is there?
I don't recall without looking at it, but I don't know if that would.
Here, well, I can bring it to you.
Sure.
I am handing you exhibit number 119. Again, do you notice any obvious abrasions or dents on that hatchet?
I don't know anything that necessarily stands out without further lab examination.
Okay. Do you notice any stains on that hatchet?
Yes,
Okay. Where?
on the blade portion.
Again, you wouldn't have had any involvement in actually testing that hatchet, though,
No.
right? Okay. What about the bat? Did you notice any dents in the bat?
The bat looked pretty beaten up. I mean, it looked like an old, fairly used bat.
And then, just so I know, how long did you guys look or search this Impala?
I would have to look at my documentation, I want to say we started the search of the Impala at approximately 2 PM. And, I mean, we seized all evidence at 6:30 PM, but that also counts for the Camaro in there. So I would say, again, without looking at the documentation, I would be guessing that it was anywhere between 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, and that's fine. And the reason I ask is because you extensively searched this vehicle, right?
I feel like we did, yeah.
Okay. You didn't find any tarps in the Impala, correct?
Correct.
Didn't find any plastic sheets?
No,
Didn't find any garbage bags?
we did not.
Okay. Didn't find any firearms in the Impala?
That's correct.
Okay. And then with the Camaro, I'm guessing, but correct me if I'm wrong, that you searched that pretty extensively as well, correct?
Yes.
No firearms?
Nope.
No plastic sheets?
Nope.
No garbage bags?
Nope.
Did you find any bleach?
We did not find any bleach.
In the Camaro, though, you did find that black little knife, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then a white wife beater?
Yes.
And then, of course, you would have sent those two items on to the lab for further testing?
The case agent may have.
Sure. One of you did?
It was not me. I mean,
Okay.
again, we just collect and package evidence. We don't, unless it's my case, I don't have anything to do with whether it goes to the lab or not.
And then again, any item in the Camaro, you wouldn't have had any involvement in testing it? For
That's
blood,
correct.
DNA, anything of the like?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Again, for purposes of the record, what date did you process and search those vehicles?
That'd have been the 14th, so July 14th of 2020.
And if those vehicles had been seized on July 10th of 2020, would you imagine that any smell of bleach would have dissipated within that 4-day time frame?
It's very possibly that it could have, yes.
Okay. As to the issue of running water in the sink, with that RV being out there at the Public Works facility, was it connected up to any water source?
It was not.
Okay, and then, of course, if it had been stored in a area that was essentially a parking lot, would you imagine that there wouldn't be any running water going to the vehicle at that point?
I think there at least could be the ability for that.
There could be the ability for that. But at any rate, the owner of that RV is going to know whether or not there's running water available to be able to wash hands.
Yes,
Okay.
I would think so.
Certainly. When you go into these scenes, though, and you process the sink, are you considering whether or not there's running water, or are you just simply being very comprehensive in the coverage of the processing that you engage in?
I would not consider that at all.
Okay, certainly. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I don't know if you have the ability to articulate it, but is there discoloration on the hatchet itself? Not the handle, but on the hatchet?
I mean, with my naked eye, looking at it right now, there are a few marks, like
Okay.
scuff marks, it looks like.
All right. All right, and would that be consistent with something that had been used?
I would think so. You know, I can't say, you know, on an expert level whether that's true or not, but it
Sure.
looks like something that's been used.
Okay. What is the color of the blade of the hatchet?
Black.
Okay. And then, so when you look at the color on the blade of the hatchet, is there variations then in the surface so that it's not a total black hatchet?
There are.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, when you were searching the RV, did you take any swab of the drain of the sink?
I don't know what specifically. I believe that would have been Jasmine swabbed. I will say most of the time when we're swabbing the sink, they will swab every part of the sink.
Does that typically include the drain?
Like, are you talking about the pop-up drain, like the actual drain itself, or are you talking like a trap of some sort? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
Either one.
The drain, yes, it would not necessarily include the trap, if there's a trap, like a P trap or something. We don't always necessarily do that.
Okay, do you know if it happened with this search?
I would say that the drain, I can't speak to that it absolutely did. I would say usually our protocol would suggest that it did. With the P trap, I would say that it most likely did not.
That's all I have, thanks.
The
Ms.
state has no
Cunningham.
further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Jason Ellerbach to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Jason Ellerbach, Ellerbach.
What is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
I've been in Davenport a little over 16 years.
In what capacity have you served the Davenport Police Department?
Currently, I'm the lieutenant on the night shift as a supervisor. I've been a sergeant in the gun investigations unit. I've been on different shifts throughout the career here at Davenport. I've been in crime prevention unit many years ago when I first started. Served as many roles as a participant in Davenport Police Department.
Okay. Now, in what capacity were you working for the department in July of 2020?
At that time, I was assigned as the sergeant in the gun unit.
Were you involved in some way with the investigation of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing as of July 10th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
In what different capacities were you involved in that investigation?
The main capacities that I was involved in was I was tasked with assisting in searching some areas once information came in for the case. At times I was assigned to assist in coming up with a plan and coming up with searching of some of the areas that were identified through the investigation.
Okay. Now, were you involved in the search efforts that were conducted on July 10th up in the area of the Jersey Meadow Apartments?
I was not.
Okay. Were you involved in the search efforts of July 10th down in the area of Credit Island?
I was.
And then just very simply, what did your role consist of down in the area of Credit Island?
Yep, in that area, on that day, many officers from multiple agencies were down there searching through the foliage in that area. Information was given that possibly would be a location of the body. I assisted in just walking through literally on a scrimmage line side by side with other detectives throughout the day. That day was sunny and hot. It was really hard to get through the train that day. And ultimately, nothing was found by me on that day.
Okay. And I'd like to take this opportunity just to educate. When you had talked about the search efforts down there in the Credit Island and the use of scrimmage lines, define what you mean by a scrimmage line.
Literally just walking shoulder to shoulder, arm's length apart, between different distances because you had to move your way around bushes, trees. The terrain was rough down there, so at times we'd be side by side, and at times you'd be 10, 15, feet apart, just trying to work through the area.
Okay. Recognizing the proximity of individuals involved in the search, did this type of setup lend itself to ensuring that all of that area was covered to ensure that Breasia was not down there?
Yes, to the
Okay.
best of our abilities, yes.
Okay. Now, if we talk about that concept, was that same concept applied to the search efforts that would have been conducted anywhere relative to looking for Breasia Terrell?
They would have been very similar, if not the same, depending on the terrain.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to events that would have played out on July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Before we talk about those events, Sergeant Ellerbach, were you aware of developing information that was coming into the Detective Bureau after Breasia had been reported missing at 8:29 a.m. that morning?
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware of who the party of interest was that was associated with Breasia?
yes.
Who was the party of interest?
Henry Dinkins.
And what was your understanding of why Henry Dinkins was a party of interest?
He's a male figure in the household with Breasia.
Okay. Was he the last known individual to be seen with Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
All right. Now, with the report of a missing child, in this investigation, beyond just doing massive searches, were there certain approaches being taken to this investigation to identify the movements of Mr. Dinkins through the night of July 10th, and I mean after the midnight hour, to the morning where he then had contacted her mother to say that the child was missing?
Yes.
Okay. What were two of those primary investigative techniques that were utilized?
One was probably the cell phone,
Sure.
and they're just trying to track down where he may have been throughout those specific dates.
Okay. As of the early morning hour of July 10th, was there some information that was developed from his cell phone that was the foundation for events that played out July 15th through July 19th?
The cell phone indicated that he may have been up near the area of Clinton, Iowa,
Okay.
at a store.
All right. And with that being said, did you know what location he would have been identified as being at there in Clinton at a store?
At Walmart.
At Walmart. Was that confirmed through video surveillance footage?
I believe it was. I did not do the confirmation of that video.
All right. Was that handled by other investigators and/or officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, given that piece of intelligence information, did that make the area of Clinton an area of interest?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Why?
Through the cellular device, it gave probable and likely areas of individual carrying that cell phone. That would be good areas to search for Breasia. That is why the investigation kind of moved up to Clinton for us going up there with search teams.
Okay. What was your role in that aspect of the investigation?
My role for that was I was contacted by Lieutenant Chisholm at the time, and he had identified an area that needed to be searched up in Clinton. My specific role was to link up with local resources, identify the areas, identify the terrain and needs that would be in regards to equipment, personnel and staffing, in order to conduct a thorough search of those areas. On those specific dates, was stationed inside. I didn't do any of the searching. There were teams that were sent out to assist in the searching broken down by the maps that at the time Lieutenant Benning, along with local resources, had identified as areas that we would like to search.
Okay. When you reference you're connecting up with local resources, define what you mean by that.
The Clinton PD, Clinton County PD, eventually Iowa State Patrol came up to assist. Any law enforcement area or agency, Scott County was also up there with us. It's kind of all hands that are available on deck to help us search those areas because of the severity of the case.
Did that include any law enforcement from our state, DCI?
DCI may have been there.
Sure.
FBI was also there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't recall if DCI was there or not. They may have been, yes.
Certainly. And then as far as the terrain and needs, what was noted about the terrain which would predicate the needs that were required for search efforts?
In regards to the terrain, we utilized four-wheelers, ATVs, just to be able to cover more ground at times. We used drones. The Iowa State Patrol airplane was utilized to assist searching larger areas. In water-fed areas or water areas, we used the kayaks and kayak teams. We were out on foot searching in the areas that we could get to. Any resource that we deem that would be appropriate and assist us in covering those areas that we identified through the cellular device we utilized if we had available to us.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, I believe, to State's Exhibit 38. Let me go ahead and put this up here on the easel. Before I ask you any questions, I want you to come down and orient yourself to this particular exhibit. Is it sergeant or lieutenant at this point in time?
Now it's lieutenant.
Okay, there we go. I can't keep up with all your promotions. All right, so Lieutenant Ellerbach, having had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 38, do you understand what's depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Now, does it include areas of Scott County that were areas of interest relative to the events that played out on July 10th of 2020 and search efforts?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also include Clinton County?
Yes, it does.
As you look at the portion of State's Exhibit 38 in the Clinton County area, is there an area that has been designated to identify the locations within that county that law enforcement would have searched?
Yes, it does.
Okay. How is that depicted on State's Exhibit 38?
On the exhibit, it's highlighted, to me, that looks pink in the areas that were designated for the searching efforts. Highway 30 is also highlighted as a path to get to those areas that was kind of used as a land marker just to help us kind of identify the map.
Certainly. Highway 30, for purposes of our written record, runs what directions?
East and west.
Okay. As far as the areas that were searched, which sides of Highway 30 were searched?
On the south side were the main focuses of Highway 30.
Okay. And then were there search efforts even on the north side of Highway 30?
It does appear that, yes. Yep.
Okay. Did you actually prepare, for purposes of this operation, a document that set forth those areas and how they were divided up into grids?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141, and 142-2.
All right, thanks. Okay.
Because I'll give you another copy.
Okay. Sounds good.
Did you find it?
Thank you.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 141-1 and 141-2. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
141-1 was the initial map that we identified as the areas needed to be searched.
Was that area later broadened?
Yes, it was.
Okay, explain.
Through cellular information and information coming in through the investigation, through the detectives, a cell tower up in that area also identified just the importance of broadening that search through the cellular device. 141-2 is then the new areas that we broadened to add additional areas to our search efforts.
Okay, would that have included an area to the south of Highway 30 when we speak of the community of Comanche in the rural area around the Comanche area?
Yes, it would.
Okay, now, was that entire area divided up into various grids?
Yes, it was.
And then were each of those grids assigned a number?
Yes, they were.
Okay. With the entire efforts that played out on July 15th through July 19th, how many gridded areas were the subject of a search?
I see 24.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 141-1 through 141-2.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish that? May I publish that?
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 141-1 to begin with, how many zones or grids were there initially established?
In this picture, there's 13.
And then when we go to 141-2, does that set forth the additional zones that were established?
Yes, it does.
Were you stationed at the command center the entire time?
Most of the time, the very last day I went out, but I wasn't involved in any of the searching. I was still organizing search efforts, but the majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what would happen at the command center?
So a lot would happen between organizing, a lot of things between food, resources, identifying who is searching certain areas. Once an area was complete, monitoring that and making sure that it was completed as thorough as we could. If there are areas in that specific zone, if we had to go back to, if we had to drop additional resources into it, and then organizing those. Communicating with local resources, communicating with the investigators, command staff from multiple agencies, just to kind of keep them abreast as to what was going on. So there were many things going on inside of the command center, and really anything that was needed for the case, or the detectives, police officers that were conducting the search, if whatever they needed, we tried to organize those needs and get them to them if we could.
Okay. I've thrown out a date range just to verify that for the record. What dates then did these search efforts take place on?
It should have been, I believe it's the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th.
And was the 19th also that date as well, a date as well?
It may have been, yes.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing a report that you've used or prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you a report tell me if you recognize that report?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize the report?
It's a report I narrated on August 3rd, 2020.
Does it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was the 19th also a date that search efforts were conducted?
Yes, it was.
Was Breasia found anywhere within that area?
She was not.
And so as of July 19th, was this child still missing?
She was.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Briefly, Lieutenant, you seized no evidence in this case, correct?
I did not.
Would you agree with me that as of July 11th, 24 hours from Breasia Terrell's disappearance, that the theory of the Davenport Police Department was that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell?
I believed at that time he was a person of interest, that the investigation was needed to be furthered.
But the question is, the theory was that among law enforcement, the Davenport Police Department, the theory was that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay, so within 24 hours, that was the belief of law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, that he was involved in one way or another.
Well, how could there be another?
Through the investigation, the investigators had to track down any leads, and
I'm just saying within the first 24 hours, you thought he was involved in her abduction one way or another?
possibly, yes, yeah.
Okay. And within a couple days, the assumption of the Davenport Police Department was that Breasia Terrell was dead, right?
I think the longer the investigation went on, that was a strong possibility, yes.
Well, would you agree with me that the Davenport Police Department would not have brought in an expert with cadaver dogs to search for a dead body unless they had a strong opinion that this little girl was in fact deceased?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. That's all I have.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Your Honor, our next witness is an FBI agent. That will take a little bit of time. Would this be a good time of the day to break?
I think it would be if that's the case, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much. We'll stand in adjournment or reconvene at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.